Please, we need translation for him. Right. Again, it's a real pleasure to see. Please, assistance with translation for Niger. Niger, over there. All right. Let's give 2 minutes for everybody to get translation working. Right. Once again, it's a pleasure to see the whole of Africa here. It's a real pleasure to really see all of you here. We are delighted that you could take time out of your very busy schedules to come to this training, and we do not take it for granted. Thank you for making time to come. It's also a very busy season in December. Welcome for those who are coming, please. We are just about to begin. Okay. We are just waiting for the translation for our Francophone colleagues to be set up. If you can hear our Francophone colleagues, please, if you can hear. No? Not yet? Not yet? Is it okay now? Okay, great. No? Okay. If you're still having problems with the translation, our Francophone, please raise your hand. Yeah, please assist her, and then we can begin. So this is a 3-day workshop, today being the first day. Today being the first day of the workshop. In order to begin our workshop, we will start with some housekeeping, just some ground rules and a bit of housekeeping. And then we will move over to an official opening. We'll move over to an official opening, and after that, we will have the introductions and objectives of this workshop. Right. So at this point, allow me to welcome Miss Lynn Iyadi from the WOA Regional Office in Nairobi, and she will be giving us some housekeeping. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So on to housekeeping. First of all, I'd like to thank you for all coming in. Yesterday, I know some of you had arrived yesterday, and some today. For starters, in terms of check-in, I suppose that all of you have been checked in at the reception. So in case there are still processes to be finalized, feel free to reach to myself, Grace, our colleague here, and Nomsa at the back in case of any queries. And then for the conferencing, we'll be stationed here for today, tomorrow, and the third day, we'll have our breakaway sessions at a different room upstairs, where we'll be guided for health breaks within this space. We have the door at the back. You'll take your stairs upstairs to the left. We'll have the ladies and the gents washrooms, where you can always have access to the bathrooms and any other utilities of that form. Tea break and afternoon teas will be served outside at the foyer, So it will just be, once there's tea breaks, we'll go outside to the foyer. Here it's set up. For lunch, we have a lunch area that will also be guided. It's down at the main restaurant, and this will be served for between 1 and 2. So timekeeping will be of the essence here. And then for any hitches in terms of interpretation and Wi-Fi, we also have a very able team with us. Feel free to reach out to any of us, and we'll be able to support that. And also for this session, we have data protection policy and guidelines because we are going to be processing a lot of your personal information, use of your images, and publications of some of your presentations. We will have a form that we will kindly request you to read and then sign. It's optional, but we guide that if you like your information to be processed, you're free to sign it. So I will be moving that around in due process. And then there's the guidelines and policies are also the 2 stickers on the wall. Feel free to always go through it at your own time. And if you have any specific questions, you can also raise with us. And then also on your files, we have evaluation forms that we've included, and this we will ask that they'll be filled towards the end of the session, just to give us feedback in regards to this conference. So for the other guidelines, I will invite Grace, who is taking care of us here, to follow that.
Good morning, everyone. We have masks. If you feel comfortable, you can wear. So they are at the back there. You can pick one. One in the morning, one in the afternoon. So you can change as much as you can. Now, I hope all of you are settled in your rooms. We have paid for bed and breakfast. And it has been fully paid for. And then we are going to pay per diem. This is half per diem for every night that you'll be spending at the hotel, and also on your way here and on your way back home. We have bank transfer forms. We are trying to do transfers as much as we can. I request that each one of you fill a transfer form, a bank transfer form about your bank details, and then we'll transfer the DSA into your account. However, if you have any reason that you do not want the DSA sent to your account, please come and talk to me at the back there. If you paid for the visas, you can give me your visa receipt. We'll be able to reimburse that. And also, I would like your boarding passes. So please drop your boarding passes and your receipts, and then you fill a transfer form. If you have any questions about DSA, about the hotel, just come to the back there and talk to us. We wish you a good workshop.
Thank you very much to Lynn and Grace. I hope we are all here for your safety and for your comfort. And if you feel you really need a mask, COVID is still here with us. Please feel free to pick a mask at the back there. Allow me to welcome Dr. Samuel Wakusama. Please come to the front. Come to the front, please. Dr. Samuel Wakusama is the head of the sub-regional representation for Eastern Africa and Horn of Africa at the World Organization for Animal Health. Dr. Wakusama will be giving us the official opening remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Lillian. Good morning, all of us. Good morning again. Good. I hope you all had a very, good journey here. Some of you had several connections, but we are happy you are all here. I will give remarks which have been written, and therefore I'll read them the way they are, and just to ensure that the point reaches home. So, dear WOHA focal point for wildlife, esteemed speakers, it's shaking, esteemed experts from WOHA collaborating centers in Kenya, South Africa, and the United States, representatives of partner organizations and regional economic communities, dear WOHA colleagues from offices in Bamako, Gaborone, Paris, and Nairobi, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dr. Karim Tonkara, the regional representative for Africa, and on behalf of Dr. Monique Elua, the WOHA Director General, it is my pleasure to share a few thoughts with you about what we'll be experiencing in the next 3 days. But before I continue, I take this opportunity to inform you of the recent rebranding that our organization has undergone. We are now known as WOHA, World Organization for Animal Health. Previously, OIE, it was founded as OIE way back in 1924. We have rebranded our name from OIE to WOHA, and you can get more details from Lynn, who is here. But the identity name has changed, but the mandate is still the same. We remain the same. We still are a global organization focused on animal health and welfare. Okay, now, the first reflection of today's events relates to the fact that 12 years after the first ever training of WOHA focal points of wildlife in Arusha, we are back again in the same town for the 6th round of training. Indeed, the first training took place from 17th to 19th March 2020 here in Arusha. The idea has always been to train every category of focal points every 2 years. For many categories, we have failed to achieve this rhythm, but as you can see for yourselves, 12 years after the first training, we are now organizing the 6th cycle, which means that we have been able to successfully keep the pace of training this particular category of focal points throughout the years. I would even state that we have done one better, especially if we take into consideration the intermediate cycle training webinar that was organized in 2021 during the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. The last face-to-face training course, it's the 5th cycle, took place in Kasane, Botswana in November 2018, and in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire in March 2019 for our French-speaking focal points. My second consideration is, of course, linked to the pandemic. And it cannot be a coincidence that this is probably one of the first focal point trainings that is being organized face-to-face post-pandemic, given the tremendous changes in mindsets and attitudes regarding wildlife, wildlife biodiversity, wildlife health, and wildlife trade that we have since 2019. It's crucial to emphasize the role of anthropogenic changes in exposing humans to wildlife pathogens that are considered natural components of ecosystem. If I tell you that this 6th cycle training course was prepared in mid-2019, to be implemented in Arusha in mid-2020, and was of course cancelled at the last, or at least postponed, I also need to tell you that the program that we had prepared in 2019 had become completely obsolete by the time we started working on this 2022 edition. We had to start afresh from the scratch. I therefore hope that after almost a year of preparation, you will find this training course not just useful, but instrumental in the way we now look at all these interfaces that we intend to lump together as One Health. I'm particularly proud of all those focal points who took time out of their busy schedules to join the 2 webinars that were organized in the course of November to bring our focal points up to speed on the latest developments since the end of 2019. At the same time, I'm also disappointed that only half of the focal points in the room today took part in these webinars. Because these webinars are not attended by wider public, but only by a few select invited focal points and representatives of particular organization, there are no economies of scale to be made, and every focal point who chooses not to attend these webinars contributes to increasing its costs to the organization. My third and last, I promise, consideration is regarding the involvement of focal points in both the webinars and today's workshop. When it comes to wildlife focal points in Africa, there are no masters and no apprentices. You are all experts in your own field, in your own country, for these species that you work with and the diseases that they spread or that they suffer from. Therefore, please, don't see this workshop as a top-down, talking down to you event, but a genuine attempt for mutual learning with you, from you, through the presentations that you will be making this week, whether you are a focal point from Wakanda or a professor from Collaborating Center in the United States. This allows me to greet this professor from Collaborating Center in the United States who is attending this meeting from a distance. Welcome, Jonathan Sleeman. Welcome to his colleague, Lee Ann White, and Dan Walsh. Lee is there, Dan is there. Our colleagues from the Pretoria-based Collaborating Center, Cloud, saw him there, Sabeta, and John Stell, they are there. Without forgetting our third Collaborating Center on Bee Health in Africa, ICIPE, here represented by Kiato Nkoba, is there. Thank you also Julius Nzinza, who will provide us with a fast overview presentation on the work that Gorilla Doctors has been doing in Rwanda and Uganda under the One Health approach. I want to end by thanking the organizers for this workshop. A lot of work went into organizing this workshop. Lots of telephone calls, lots of Zooms, and it's really hard work. And I really want to sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. I was just a spectator. That's the problem in a leader. You don't do much. You only participate, but the real work goes to the real organizers, led by Patrick. And acknowledge the continuous of support of our financial partners, the Government of Australia, and the European Union through the OPOSISI project. I thank you very much, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wakusama, for that opening speech. Are we excited? Yes, are we excited? Thank you. At this point in time, I want to invite Dr. Damavia Shetty. As Dr. Damavia Shetty is coming, I will also invite Dr. Julius Nzinza for both of them to sit at the front and just be ready. Just have a seat at the front here and be ready for your session. You can just sit. It is our tradition. First, you go what? Alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And so I want to give us an opportunity to just really introduce ourselves very briefly. I really mean briefly. You know, Africans, we are very good at telling stories. But please, let's keep it short so that we get to know one another, so that we can go far together. Okay? Please, you have already your names on the tables. Everybody has a card that shows the country where they are from. What I would like us to do is just say your name and your country again. Just that, please. We will have other opportunities to interact, but we want to move fast on the program so that we can save time for everything that we have lined up. Right, so we can start from Comoros. Your name and your country.
Je m'appelle Sophie, je suis comorienne.
Moi, je m'appelle Kwame Ndri Pascal, de la Côte d'Ivoire.
Bruno Matata Ngirabose, de la République démocratique du Congo.
Gakeni Augustine du Congo-Brazzaville. Merci.
Ahmed Hachidri de Djibouti.
Dr. Wafa Bebawi, Egypt.
Kalab Emnet from Eritrea.
Hi, my name is Binta. I'm from the Gambia.
Meir Zeka is my name. I'm from Ghana.
Abdoulaye Diallo de la Guinée.
Bonjour, je suis Yassi Bakar de Guinée-Bissau.
Bonjour, je suis Eulali Mosolo de la Guinée équatoriale.
Francis Gakuya from Kenya.
Samuel Waksama from Wa in Kenya.
Peter Sangarwe from Lesotho.
Beningok Bawe from Liberia.
Maltina de Madagascar.
Joseph Nkouma, Malawi.
Bonjour à tous, Madame Sissoko Kadiatou Diarra, je suis malienne.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Zenabine Sidet de la Mauritanie.
Hello, it's Lynn Sharp from Namibia.
Moi, je suis Dr Sidibé du Niger.
Good morning all, Dr. Ike Geoffrey from Nigeria.
Dr Mohamedou Makhtar Fall du Sénégal.
Good morning, Momo Masako, Sierra Leone.
Good morning, my name is Dr. Mohamed Ali Gire from Somalia.
Aldo Modi, South Sudan.
I am Abdurrahman Ajabna Begi from Sudan.
Dr. Anissa Dawadi from Tunisia.
Patrick Atimnedi from Uganda. Thank you.
Charles Maseka from Zambia.
Tapiwana Shanyire from Zimbabwe.
Mounir Heidi du Maroc.
Johan Stel, South Africa.
Claude Sabeta, South Africa.
Kiatoko Nkoba, Kenya.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Bastiansen. I work for the WOHA office in Nairobi, Kenya.
Hello, I'm Claire Cayol and I work for the WOHA headquarters in Paris.
Bonjour, Yassine Guigman du bureau de l'OMSA à Bamako.
Bonjour, Sophie Muset du bureau OMSA de Paris.
Liam White, Collaborating Center in the U.S.
Dan Walsh, Collaborating Center in the United States.
Bonjour, Brahim Kabbas du Tchad.
Amba Bona du Cameroun.
Good morning, Nidia Rouge, Cape Verde.
Dr. Gerard Niosaba di Burundi.
Sie Boubacar Pato du Burkina Faso.
Obakeng ke Molatlhe Botswana.
Fai Shabi Yaouré. Je suis béninoise.
Good morning. Bom dia. I'm Iracelma Machado from Angola.
Bonjour, Assia Daoudi, Algérie.
Good morning, Dr. Julius Nziza from Rwanda.
Good morning, Dr. Dharmavir Shetty from WOA, Paris.
Anybody else who did not introduce themselves? Okay. Nomsa, please, can you introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Nomsa Tegiso from WA, Gaborone, Botswana.
Thank you, Nomsa. And my name is Lilian Wambua from Nairobi, WOHA office. Let me invite
Lilian. Good morning. My name is Lynn Yadi. I'm from WOHA Nairobi office. Thanks, Lilian, for forgetting me.
Thank you, Lynn. Grace.
Hello, once again. My name is Grace from WOHA office in Nairobi.
Thank you, Grace. So we also have our interpreters who can, I'm not sure if you can hear them if they're in that closed room, but they can introduce themselves on the English channels and the French channels, please. Thank you. You do a great job, and we also appreciate you. At this point, let me invite Dr. Dharmavir Shetty, who is the Wildlife Focal Point Coordinator, to give us the introduction and objectives of this workshop.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Dr. Ilwa, our Director General, Dr. Karim, our Regional Representative, and Dr. Sam, a Sub-Regional Representative of Eastern Africa, we are delighted to see you here, and I would like to introduce and present the objectives of this training program. As Dr. Sam had said, WOA has come a full circle in this training program in Africa, much like the circle of life seen on a regular basis amongst wildlife in Africa. We started a series of training in Arusha about a decade ago, and now we've come a full circle and we're back here for the 6th cycle of the training program. At WOA, we would like to believe that we have made a difference. We would like to believe that these training programs have made a difference. We would like to believe that we have upskilled the wildlife focal points and that they have become important stakeholders in their respective countries and as the country's representatives for WOA. The objectives of this program are to provide you with a learning opportunity and at the same time for us to learn from your knowledge, to improve your skills with respect to wildlife disease management, and at the same time for us to learn from your skills in wildlife disease management, to help you network amongst yourself for the betterment of the region, and to work together as a WOA family to improve wildlife health around the world, including Africa. Thank you all, and I'm really looking forward to this program, and hopefully looking forward to all the presentations as well. Thank you.
The highlight is what? Working together and working life health. And wildlife health is not just an isolated topic. We are now going to hear from our first speaker in the training program, Dr. Julius Nzinza, who is the head veterinarian and the country coordinator of PREDICT, working with gorilla doctors in Rwanda. Dr. Nzinza will be giving us a presentation on conserving the endangered mountain gorillas through One Health approach, the work of gorilla doctors. Welcome very much, Dr. Nzinza.
Thank you so much, the organizers. As they said, I'm Julius Nzinza, and I'm a wildlife veterinarian with also a master's in public health. And I began working for this project in 2010 up to today. And I hope to retire still working with this project because it is one of the most exciting jobs. So, I would be telling a story, but they told us not to tell stories, so, yeah. Yeah, but my wildlife work began in 2008 when I was working with the government agency in Rwanda for 2 years. Then 2010, I began this job. So I'm going to talk to you about conserving the endangered mountain gorillas using the One Health approach. The work that we do in the region. Next, please. Our mission is to conserve the wild eastern gorillas in life-saving veterinary practice and science using the One Health approach. And of course, we are talking about a very ambitious mission, which we are trying to achieve, and I will diverge into the details of what we do. And it's working because we began this work many years ago. I will tell you the history later. In around 1986. So the last census, we had only about 290 animals at that time. But the last census that we did in 2015, you can see the animals in the Virunga Massif, which is just this ecological zone that is at the boundary between Uganda, Rwanda, and DRC, where we have about 500 and so animals, according to the latest information of the whole population. And this has even put IUCN to get the category of the mountain gorillas from critically endangered animals to endangered animals. Mountain gorillas, we approximately think that they are growing at a population rate of about 4% per year. And this parallels the human population growth worldwide, which we estimate at 4%. And in one of the peer-reviewed journals, Extreme Conservation, actually stated that veterinary interventions most probably contributed about 4% of this increase in the population. This is the graphs that show the habituated groups, that if there are no veterinary interventions, probably the population would have gone at 2%. But because we have veterinary interventions, then we are having approximately 4% growth, which is a very, very good thing for this population and the surrounding communities that take economic benefit from them. Where do we work from? We work in 3 countries, Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC. And we have the regional headquarters in Rwanda because of the historical reasons, but you have about 7 facilities spread all over the region, from Kigali to Goma to Uganda, and also in the neighborhood of the national parks that we work in. Volcanoes National Park, Virunga National Park, and also Bwindi National Park in Uganda. And they work on both subspecies of eastern gorillas. There is the mountain gorillas, gays, but also the eastern lowland gorillas in Kahuzi Biega. In fact, these are very, very much critically endangered, so we have expanded our efforts to that subpopulation, again at the demand of the government of DRC to see if we can put some efforts there. And we are not a very young organization. We are about 36 years old doing this work. And we have different partners, but the lead partners that we have are the government leaders, Rwanda Development Board in Rwanda. We have UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, Dr. Patrick, whom I have worked with for many years. My mentor is also here. And also ICCN in DRC, and also GVTC. GVTC is an organization that brings together the 3 countries, Greater Virunga Transboundary Collaboration, that is making sure that we do our work very well. We have international organizations, IGCP, International Gorilla Conservation Program. They are based in Nairobi, but they are now in Kigali, that we do a lot of work together. Diana Fossey Fund. Now they recently built up a campus to make sure that they keep on doing capacity building, and the other organizations. We also have several regional and international universities, Makerere University, University of Rwanda. We have international universities, University of California, Davis, University of Minnesota, and the others. And of course, zoos, especially in North America. The zoos help us a lot, especially because the medicine that we use usually has been piloted in some of the captive great apes. So we usually get these drugs from them, and then we bring them to sustain the population. And also other international organizations like USA. How did this all begin? So the story began in 1986 when Diana Fossey was one of Dr. Ricky's students, also with Jane Gouldo. So Diana Fossey came in Central Africa to study mountain gorillas. But one of the challenges, she found that the mountain gorillas were getting sick. In fact, there was even a measles outbreak at that time. So, and also a lot of snares at that time. So he went back to the States, met Luce Kisling, one of a very good animal philanthropist, who is the daughter of Morris Animal Foundation. And then they hired the first gorilla doctor, the late Dr. Jim Foster. So from Dr. Jim Foster to now, we are about 14 of us African veterinarians taking care of the health of this population. Our goals, one is to restore the gorilla population, to lead the scientific community in terms of gorilla health, but also to promote One Health, because we believe One Health is a very, very, very important concept that we shouldn't lose track of that. The important aspect of why we restore this gorilla population is that we have been providing direct medical care. And if the population, if we lose one individual, we feel that we have lost the genetic material that could contribute to the health sustainability of this population. So that's why we are so much interested to make sure that we restore each individual. How do we do that? We do routine health checks, meaning every week, one of us from all the countries go up to see these habituated gorillas to see if they are doing okay. But if there is a health problem, we do what we call health monitoring, meaning somebody goes there, assesses the animal, and then we make a decision. For example, this little guy here, you can see he has a lot of fecal materials around him. He looks healthy, but these fecal materials, most of he got them from the mother. And then we want to see what is the problem with the mother. Okay. And our medical care, remember this is a wildlife population. This is not in a zoo setup. So what we do, we either intervene when it is life-threatening, meaning most probably this animal is going to die, and most especially from the infection, or we see it is human-induced, for example, snares. So we don't always intervene on each and every individual. Medical care, our patients range from having trauma but also infectious diseases. For example, you can see this silverback is having a runny nose and mucus, meaning he has a respiratory infection. So one of the things that could happen, either he's coughing or he's sneezing, he's lethargic, and he's not eating. Usually the gorillas spend most of the time eating. If the animal doesn't eat for 2 or 3 days, I know I can lose that animal. So depending on the situation, we can intervene. This was one of the individuals that had the otitis. If I leave this animal with the otitis, what could happen? Most likely to go to the brain, and then I lose the animal. So that is why I sometimes make decisions. This was also one of the patients. She was lethargic, and we found that she was actually drinking a lot of water. It's very rare these animals to drink water because they usually have plants that have water in them. And she was drinking water so much. So when we anesthetized her, she was an adult female, and we found she had a huge abscess in the mouth. When we dissected it, after 1 week, the animal was okay, and gave it antibiotics and inflammatories. And of course, this is scabies, one of the conditions that we have seen in Uganda. Dr. Patrick knows a lot about that. So when the animals were given ivermectin, some of the animals recovered, although one infant died. So all of this has helped again to make sure that we do direct intervention when it is very necessary, so that we don't lose any animal, because we believe all of the animals, each animal contributes to the genetic health of this population. And of course, our intervention can range from darting the animal with antibiotics, inflammatories, or ivermectin, or any other drug of choice, or full anesthetizing the animal. Sometimes we have anesthetized the mother and the infant, because if the infant is sick, if I don't anesthetize the mother, I'll be in trouble from the mother. So we have done all of these measures so that we provide, again, health for this population. Unfortunately, some individuals die. So we do pathology. Most of it, we do it in the field, in the forest. But in Rwanda, we have built a postmortem facility, so we can bring the carcass down to the postmortem facility. And then, after picking all of these samples, we go and do an analysis on them. And also, after burial, after 6 months, we retrieve the skeleton. So we have the Mountain Gorilla Skeleton Project, where we are studying the bones of these animals. And we are getting a lot of interesting information from them. And some of them are being published. You can find them online. One other measure that we have done is because of poaching and illegal trade. Some of these infants have been retrieved from the poachers by law enforcement agencies and the government, and they brought them to us for care. And you can, as we are see, like they are brought when they are very, very, very vulnerable. Some of them, we put them on baby formula milk so that they can survive. And some have become adults now. They are turning into silverbacks in the sanctuaries in eastern Congo. So again, this, one of the things that we are learning from them as veterinary doctors is like, most probably we could be doing some research on them to understand what could happen if, for example, you apply a drug in the one that is in the wild. So it's a very unfortunate situation, but something that we have taken advantage of to understand these animals. And of course, the mountain gorillas, you know, they are not anywhere in the zoos in the Western world. So some of them are surviving in these semi-sanctuaries, which requires a lot of effort. To lead the scientific community, one of the things we are doing is that we do data collection and also high-quality samples. Of course, we take advantage. Every animal that we put on the ground, we get blood, we get swabs, and other necessary samples. So we have archived for many years now these samples that is available to the governments and also the scientists worldwide, so that we can do this prospective research. For example, one of the researches we are now exploring is because reservoirs, monkeypox reservoirs, the rodents are being suspected. So we are going back to see what orthopox viruses are in these rodents that we sampled many, many years ago. And of course, veterinary care for the wild, which I told you about, and also the veterinary care for the orphans, which is still going on very, very well. And also laboratory and diagnostics. So in the past, one of the challenges we have been facing is to do quick diagnostic for these animals. And of course, I brought this one in our histopathology setup. When we process these samples, we can read from the computer with the same pathologists anywhere on the globe to help us in diagnosing this. And the diagnostics are used to take 4 or 5 months, we are now getting it at least in 3 weeks' time. So this helps us again to deliver the veterinary services that I've been talking about. And in addition to that, actually, we have built a laboratory in Rwanda specifically to look at the regional aspect of providing health. One other paradigm, which I told you about, is that we are an organization that believes in One Health. We believe all is interrelated because actually these gorilla population are surrounded by some of the dense populated areas in Africa. These areas have domestic animals, and therefore cross-species transmission of viruses, bacteria, and other lethal pathogens is very, very possible. So it has made us expand again beyond the mountain gorillas. Mountain gorillas usually come out. Sometimes we have a lot of people that go in. So the population of the mountain gorillas, we want to solve the issues pertaining to One Health. The gorillas, which I told you about, that we have been focusing on, there have been issues mainly pertaining habitat loss and other aspects. So we are really so much interested in this population. And how do we do that? One of the categories of the taxers that is surrounding these are the local people. So we are so much interested in the local people because we know every time the gorillas go out, either directly or indirectly, they interact with the people. So my colleagues in Uganda have stated that they have even the communities called the Hugo groups are the ones that calmly take back the animals back to the park. Same in Rwanda, where we have issues that the animals, when they come out, we have community informants who are also telling us the animals to go back. They take them back. But the issue is, whenever the animals come out, hundreds of people want to come and curiously look at the animals. And how they directly or indirectly interact with this, we are so much worried about. So one of the health aspects interventions we are doing is we are getting epidemiological intelligence report from the local health centers telling us, especially because we are worried about the respiratory infections, we are getting information from the surrounding health centers to tell us what viruses, what conditions are being imported so that you can see if we are seeing the same clinical signs in the adjacent adjacent gorilla groups. Another category of people are the park personnel. These, for example, particularly in Rwanda, we have over 500 park personnel that enter in and out of the park every day. So they either directly or indirectly interact with the gorillas, and their health is very, very crucial. It is so much interlinked with the mountain gorillas. So therefore, we are really concerned, and we want to have interventions already. The other category that's very, very important are the tourists. These are the people that bring the dollars to economically sustain the governments. For example, we checked estimates in 2019 before the pandemic, over 50,000 people visited Volcanoes National Park with about 20 gorilla groups for tourism. So think that they are spending 1 hour with the gorillas, and at that time we didn't have masks, but because of COVID now, we have masks. But we were seeing a lot of patterns. When the population of the tourists go up, we are seeing also respiratory infections going up. So this was like a really, really stark reminder that this is a population that we should look out for. Excuse me. What have we tried to intervene? One of the major interventions we did since 2001 to date is called the Conservation Employee Health Program. So this is where we have been performing annual health checks for the park personnel, particularly in Rwanda, and we expanded the program in the DRC. And we are checking our park personnel, particularly for respiratory infections, and even we had expanded it to non-communicable diseases to make sure that we have a healthy workforce. And also, we have done some deworming programs for the park personnel and their immediate family members, because in the past, we are so much worried about the parasites, internal parasites that could come to this population and it could cause devastating effects. So we have been doing this program in addition to the governments of Rwanda and the DRC to make sure that we have a healthy workforce working with the mountain gorillas. We have also expanded into hygiene and sanitation programs. This was very, very crucial for us, especially particularly in Rwanda, and I think also expanded to other countries, because we found, like, for example, in the patrol posts of our park personnel, they don't have clean water. Some of the tanks were broken down. So we had to make sure we provide proper facilities, foot baths with organic detergents, make sure that we have a health workforce on a day-to-day basis, again going inside the park. On the domestic animals side, we have a huge challenge. Every time, of course, the gorillas come out, we have domestic animals getting out, outside already. So these gorillas are going to these animals. What could they get from there? Okay? And also, we have invasive species. We have stray dogs in the park, which is a very big issue for us, particularly in Rwanda. What could the carnivore population bring to this great ape population? In fact, one of my PhD chapters in particular, what could these guys be bringing inside the park that we really don't know? Okay. So another project I wanted to talk to you about is this project called Predict. We have been so much involved in it since 2010. It was a USAID-funded project that was being operated in 32 countries. And the gorilla doctors was given a mandate to operate in the 3 countries, basically to look at, to become like a global early warning system for emerging infectious diseases. And of course, as we know, over 75% of these viruses that attack people come from wildlife. So we are so much interested, and we are given that mandate. And I would like to borrow this graph from Dr. Bill Kalesh, who was one of the leads at the program, where we are so much involved as Predict initially. We are trying to analyze what could be in this population before it jumps into the domestic animal population, and this causes amplification that could again go into the human beings, or even actually from wildlife safe and spirits to the human beings. So we began with about 14 viral families in the first 5 years, and then we zeroed it down again, narrowed to about 5 viral families that we got a lot of information that we provided at the long-term reports to the government, and they have the reports already. Of course, wildlife, we have a lot of species. So we mainly focus in ones that have been historically known to be like reservoirs of some of these human viruses. We began, of course, with the obvious ones, some of them, the non-human primates, and also the bats and the rodents. So these were the main ones that we focused on over the years to see what could they be carrying that could be bringing at the human-wildlife interface. And it was a huge collaboration, very many organizations involved, government departments, other universities, and also many other organizations that we had to make sure, both local and also international organizations, so that we can operate in the One Health framework. And of course, some of the outputs, one of the things that we have a lot of data and samples. In fact, when we tried to do what we assessed, how many we have sampled, had analyzed over the years, we found had about 50%. The others are not very well analyzed. So we wanted, again, that's why we have advocated for international collaboration to continue this work, to make sure that we understand what is in our background, what was virus that was circulating 10 years ago, and what is currently circulating, particularly in our region. And we have a lot of over 50 publications, but I brought these 4 particularly for your kind attention. For example, with our work, we found some of the infants, particularly in Rwanda, had the Epstein-Barr virus that was almost the one that's supposed to be in humans, and we really found it in some of the infants that were showing some of the clinical signs. We even innovatively detected these viruses from discarded plants. So instead of anesthetizing the animal, when you pick the remnant of the plants, we found that you can get the virus from this, what could the animals have left on these plants. We also have found a human metapneumovirus in mountain gorillas in Rwanda, which is a human respiratory infection. Actually, it had caused death to 3 animals. And when we found out that this was a human virus and actually a South African strain, again bringing in the concept, the importance of the health of the tourists, most probably. The last one that we did shortly before the pandemic was the coronaviruses in the bats in Rwanda. We have volcanic tubes in caves where there are a lot of bats, and the tourists were going in back and forth. We even found that some local people were picking guano for fertilizers. So detecting this was very, very important for us because we provided information to the government, and some of measures were put, especially in terms of sensitization, that we are also involved in. Capacity building. This is a very, very huge program that we have with us. we have a program of interns that come in, especially university students that have special projects. But one of the other outputs we had was like also to do internal capacity building for the staff. So all of us, apart from one new staff, all of us at staff level, we have masters. So this is very, very crucial, especially for the sustainability of this project. And I told you also, because of some of the viruses we are getting, we had to do a lot of massive outreach programs where we are involved with the locals to make sure we provide the public health information, but also conservation-oriented messages. And of course, some of the reports, you can read them online at this website, especially the first report on PREDICT, and also the second one that was very, very, very crucial, that you can get more information from the countries that we are working in, but also the other countries that were involved in our work. And last but not the least, thank you for your kind attention.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Nzinza, for that very informative presentation. Isn't that a lot of work over many years? We want to take this time to pose some discussions and questions to Dr. Nzinza. I hope you have noted down some questions. And Dr. Nzinza, let me start by asking you, out of the many health issues of the mountain gorillas, what is the biggest challenge you can say is the biggest health challenge that is impacting on their conservation? And also, perhaps you could comment about the environmental degradation or conservation with respect to the conservation of the mountain gorillas and for One Health. How we run this session is, let's take like 3 questions, and then Dr. Nzinza can respond. Yeah, so he already has 2. We can add 1. Yes, thank you. A focal point from Madagascar, and we have a question also from Liberia. You can take both of them, and then we'll take another round. Yeah, just keep noting them, and then we'll take rounds of them. Thank you. Over to you. Our focal point from Madagascar, please, for your question.
Merci pour la parole. Merci à Dr. Nzinza pour cette belle présentation et très intéressante également. Ma question, c'est par rapport à la surveillance des maladies. Avez-vous avez-vous des principales maladies pour la surveillance des maladies des gorilles? Et ma deuxième question, j'ai vu dans votre publication, oui, il y avait eu des maladies que vous avez fait des recherches. Ces maladies-là, est-ce qu'elles ont fait partie des maladies à surveiller? Et dans votre expérience, comme il s'agit si elle s'agit des zoonoses, quelles sont les activités en ELF que vous avez menées? Merci.
Thank you, and also let's take the question from Liberia.
Okay, thank you very much. Human chimpanzee conflict is becoming a serious problem in Liberia. So I want to learn from my experience in dealing with human chimpanzee conflict. So I want to know. Okay, thank you. I want to know, how have you been dealing with conflicts involving humans and gorillas in Rwanda? Because in Liberia, a human chimpanzee conflict is becoming serious, and we want to learn from your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Nzinza, you can answer those questions first, and then we can take another round.
Please.
Thank you so much for the good questions. To begin with yours, one of the big diseases that is usually keeping gorilla doctors and I think the governments awake at night are respiratory infections. So in the past we used to have trauma, especially snares, but there have been a lot of efforts from the government and the other partners to reduce poaching levels. But one of the challenges that has remained are infectious diseases, and respiratory infections are they have become part and parcel of some of the challenge, one of the biggest health challenges that we are focusing on right now. But of course there are others like parasites, internal parasites, but still respiratory infections are a huge concern. About environmental degradation in terms of also the wildlife health, of course this is a very big issue and it's different from each protected areas. Of course there are a lot of efforts by the government to minimize this, but still you can't minimize it up to zero level. Especially we saw some of the incidences actually increasing during the pandemic. Remember during the pandemic we had reduced the park staff. We had divided the park staff, we reduced it to half of it, and poaching activities also had somehow gone down. Economic situation of the local people had also gone through the roof. So we had these incidences of people going in to cut bamboo, for example, and others. But still, after that, we are seeing it is not so much a huge threat, which might be different, like from areas like potential like Kahuzbega or others. So it differs from one place to the other. And from the lady from Madagascar, yes, we are doing surveillance, and because I told you we have issue with respiratory infections, so we have employed some of the latest molecular techniques in the latest lab that we have set up to look at the panel of which respiratory infections, over 20 of them in one panel, and analyze them. So we are looking mainly at the viruses. We are worried about the viruses, again because of the challenge, because when this animal is hit by a virus, secondary bacterial infection comes in when the lungs are already destroyed. So we are so much interested in finding the viruses, mainly. That is the area we are focusing on. And in terms of again to talk about these the viruses, they are very crucial for us. But we are also over the past few years, about 2 years, we are seeing some of the animals who have treated, for example, in the past against a viral infection, they are getting also some bacterial infection. So we are also expanding slightly, but our major worry is the viruses. What are we doing, especially in terms of, because there is a cross-species transmission? One of the measures we have installed, particularly in Rwanda, is we have installed a mandatory use of masks. From tourists to park personnel and anybody entering the park, you have to put on a mask. Of course, IUCN has guidelines for the Great Ape Tourism Health rules that we try to follow. And of course, we try to do some education in terms of health. But also, as I told you, we are also still continuing the program of deworming and others, so that we try to minimize either the risk from the people to the population. So we have put in these measures that we are trying to install, so that there is no sharing of the viruses and other infections. From Liberia, this was a very important question. It's so broad, and we in Rwanda particularly we have tried to do what we call fencing the park, a stone wall, and this of course has minimized like the buffaloes and elephants coming from the park to the local communities, but that has not stopped these animals from coming. Once in a while we have incidences where they come out, they are so smart, they break the wall and come over. But from Uganda, actually on the other side of the Virunga Massif, we found that the park, Mugahinga Park, did a reinforced stone wall where they put even concrete that has minimized this conflict. So it is a very big problem, and there are a lot of other, of course, other measures. I think towards the Congo side, there is also an electric fence to try to minimize this conflict. As I told you, immediately outside the park, there's a lot of agricultural land going there, and in one of the most densely populated areas in our region. So it is a problem we are still trying to tackle, and innovatively, we are trying to see how we can minimize this. Even there are efforts to do park expansion, but again, that will extend the border and most probably put the human-wildlife conflict at another geographic location. But still, these measures, we are trying to see how they can be installed properly. Yeah, I hope I answered the questions.
Yeah. We have another round of questions, starting with Dr. Patrick, and then we go to Dr. Gakuya, Kenya, and I cannot see the two gentlemen, I cannot see your badges. Yes, but let's have those questions in that order, and then we take again another round of questions. Dr. Nzinza, may I ask you to recap the question a bit before you answer, so that you can, you recap the question a little before you answer.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Bastiansen, please.
Thank you, Lillian. I'm monitoring the questions on the YouTube channel. So there's a question from South Africa. Is tuberculosis an issue at all, whether bovine or human tuberculosis?
Okay, thank you. I have two quick questions. One is on immobilization of gorillas. Knowing they are very intelligent and they have a very strong social bond. When you're working with them, when you're immobilizing them, what techniques do you use to ensure that they are separated, and also you avert attacks to the personnel? The second one is which are the most common diseases or infections that you come across, which are always at the back of your mind that can bring problems? And do you have a formal surveillance system on the same?
We can take the next question from the next two questions from the two gentlemen.
Okay, so Doctor, this is a nice presentation. Your topic was using One Health approach. Now, maybe I didn't get you clear. We know One Health is intersectoral collaboration. I didn't see much of what the other players in the One Health sector really play when it comes to your project. I say this with an example. For instance, in Ghana, we just had an outbreak of Marburg virus disease, and our colleague medics are thinking that veterinarians are projecting themselves more when it comes to the One Health thing. In your project, what do the other partners do? Other medics or other players in the One Health district? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And finally, we take a question from Guinea for call point.
Ok, merci pour la présentation. Je voudrais dire, avec les statistiques qu'on a vues ici, par rapport au recensement, je ne sais pas, je voudrais demander quelle est la stratégie que vous avez utilisée pour recenser cette espèce diversifiée.
Just a moment. Sorry. Translation is not coming through to the speaker.
Okay. Je peux reprendre?
Can you hear? Oui. Okay.
Je voudrais dire merci pour la présentation. Et avec les statistiques qu'on a vues ici, je voudrais vous demander quelle est la stratégie que vous avez utilisée pour le recensement de cette espèce. Et deuxièmement, avec cette espèce qui est quelquefois agressive, je ne sais pas comment vous parvenez au prélèvement des échantillons. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for the good questions. The first question was on TB. Is it an issue? for this population? That's a very, very good question for us because we, of course, remember TB is part of the respiratory infections. So shortly before the pandemic, we are so much interested in doing, trying to see if this disease ever exists in this population, because it is also on top of our priorities, other respiratory viruses, TB and Ebola. So we haven't done any surveillance in this population, but we want to do most probably in the near future. What we have done is trying to assess, again through our One Health framework, to see if there is any bovine TB in the local communities, particularly I'm speaking on the side of Rwanda, and if only the prevalence was very, very low. But also in terms of sharing information, we are also interested in having what, from the medical health centers, do they have any TB cases that is near the national park, in the sectors that are serving near the national park. So we have that annual sharing of information in terms of TB surveillance, because the government has a robust TB surveillance combined with the HIV. So we are trying to get information from them to see if there are any high prevalence near the conservation areas. However, we haven't done that direct in the mountain gorillas, but you have that as the back of our mind. We want to employ most of the non-invasive sampling techniques to see if we can analyze any TB in the fecal materials of these animals, because we can't anesthetize them purposely for that. So it's one of the things that we also think about. Thank you for that question. The second question was from Dr. Francis. It's about immobilization of these gorillas and also the diseases that we are surveying. Yes, of course, these animals are very, very smart. Of course, the chimps are smarter than these ones, but when we are doing an intervention, we use ketamine, medetomidine combination and reverse with aripiprazole. So when we are in a group, depending on the hierarchy of this individual in the group, of course, to mobilize him, we have to have the park personnel, part of each individual. So we know the aggressive ones, we know the non-aggressive ones, and when we immobilize this, we have to do it so smartly. Sometimes when I have the dart gun, I don't hold my dart gun moving around in the group. I have to conspicuously hide it and take my time to make sure that the group is settled. And then when I get the chance to dart, after darting him, of course the first reaction is to throw away, to get the dart and throw it away. And then the reaction of the other members, what has happened to so and so. And depending on if it is a silverback, all the other individuals will come around. If it is a mom, it will run to the silverback. So that's why I employ, we work with the trackers, because the trackers know the behavior of these animals. And we can make some noise to make sure that the animals go away. And when the animals start sleeping, usually they move away, but not very far, because they have to wait to hear what is happening to this individual. So when you have treated the animal, and we have a principle, we don't want to spend this a long time with this individual. So minimum, most of the surgeries we end by 45 minutes, and we take back this individual to the group. So of course it is a precocious operation that involves a lot of trackers involvement and us, for our safety and also the safety for the animals. And each intervention is a different experience. You can't say the other time I intervened on this animal this way, therefore this one will behave this way. No. So that's why we usually have to be either dynamic and make sure we conspicuously do our work. For the diseases, I had talked about that earlier, but especially the respiratory infections, which we want again to put on our ladder. And in fact, of course, as a country, we are trying to build the capacity for this. And we are involving other local and international collaborators to see which viruses and bacteria are rotating in this population. Because actually what we found out, like during the pandemic, most of the respiratory infections, outbreaks in the groups went down. But as the pandemic is getting over and the tourists and personnel coming, we are seeing like we're having outbreaks, particularly in the Gorilla population in Rwanda. At least we're having outbreaks every month. So we want to understand which ones are really prevailing in this population. There was also a question, I didn't see the country, the gentleman asked me about what do others, it was not clear what do other sectors do under the One Health framework. I didn't want to diverge into that, but we have a huge collaboration For example, in Rwanda with the Ministry of Agriculture, actually the first virology lab we built for viruses in wildlife was under the Ministry of Agriculture building. So we have the domestic animal virus lab just adjacent to the wildlife virology lab. So we have such collaborations. We are also recently, no, not recently, actually, before the pandemic, gorilla doctors in partnership with the Rwanda Development Board, we had a park physician, a medical doctor, who is part of us, that is providing health to the park personnel, to the tourists, and we are sharing information with him. What is happening in the humans and also in the mountain gorillas. The local sectors around the park, for example, I showed you the dog issues. We have been involved in anti-rabies campaign, for example, around the national park. We are involving the Ministry of Agriculture, particularly the local sector vets, and also trying to do spay and neuter to reduce the population of the dogs in the local communities, because it was published by the primatologist. So in the past, we had a very huge issue, especially with the trauma. And of course, most of these animals, if they didn't die, they were scarred for life. They were never reproductive. So over the years, we have saved hundreds of gorillas so that they don't die and they still remain in the population. So in addition to all these other efforts, law enforcement, community conservation, and all others, veterinary care for this population has saved. Have a chance and do the animals also healthy. And also remember, I told you the skeleton project. You can read some of the publications online. But in the interest of time, we are seeing some of the, we have sampled the teeth, for example. We have found that we have some periodontitis cases, tumor cases that are affecting the bones, neoplasia of the bones, and others. So we are seeing that through these samples, we are getting a lot of information that is crucial for the future conservation and the scientific community for the conservation of this group. I hope I answered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take the last round of questions, and I can see 4 hands. Okay, so there are 5, right? Okay, so we will start from there. Let me see the other hands, please. And we come. Yes, we come to the lady, then we come to South Sudan, we come to Sierra Leone, and finally to DRC. No. Yes, DRC. Okay, over to you. It's your turn. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you appointed me. Thank you, Dr. Nziza, for a very good talk. I was actually wondering, I didn't hear that you mentioned any vaccinations, primary care vaccinations that is provided to the gorillas. Is there maybe any work? You mentioned measles in the beginning, for example. That's quite an important threat to them. Maybe non-invasive remote methods of applying vaccinations. Is there any studies into that?
Bonjour, merci beaucoup pour cette présentation très intéressante. Ma question porte sur le nombre des individus de gorilles. Nous avons bien noté dans votre présentation que le nombre il a augmenté et avoisine maintenant plus que 800 individus. Auriez-vous une idée plus tard sur l'impact de l'augmentation du nombre d'individus de gorilles sur l'équilibre écologique? Nous prenons à titre d'exemple le nombre très élevé des camélidés introduits en Australie et l'impact qui a amené l'État par la suite à intervenir pour réduire le nombre. Merci.
South Sudan.
Okay, thank you, Zizi, for that elaborate presentation. My question is, what are the gynecological and the obstetrical problems associated with this species? If they are there, what are the causes and how do you manage them? Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra Leone, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I didn't hear you mention other animal species, say for instance, chimps. And you've been dealing with these animals, the mountain gorillas, for over 36 years. What happens if you meet a chimp sick
or you meet an orphan, is there any intervention you will do? And again, the other question is concerning law enforcement. In Sierra Leone, this is a problem we are really fighting hard with. So how do you go about enforcing your law so that you don't have poachers entering the country? Thank you very much.
DRC.
Merci beaucoup. Docteur Nzinza, je sais que les bonobos et aussi les chimpanzés. Je voudrais savoir, par rapport à la réintroduction, comment est-ce que vous pouvez accompagner un programme de réintroduction des gorilles dans leur milieu naturel? Les gorilles qui ont été vaccinés, qui ont été suivis d'une manière médicale et qui doivent être réintroduits dans leur milieu naturel. Quelle serait l'approche? Merci.
Thank you for the wonderful questions. I would begin with the question from the gentleman from South Africa about vaccination. Like, do we have any vaccination thoughts and or measures pertaining this? Yes, that's it's a very, very sensitive issue. It's a very important issue because with the government partners, I think this decision can be made on case-by-case basis. So we have a lot of discussions on this internally, like if the worst comes to the worst, can this be done? So yes, there are some thoughts in that line, but I can't rule that out because with the government efforts and others, if the threat of the population is considered, this might be, this is an option that is on table. Because, of course, you remember there is also issues with Ebola that could be expanding, that I think in 2018 that was really just outside the gorilla population. So these were also some of the options on table. And you have that question, especially from the non-scientific government partners. It's like, especially when there was COVID, like, why don't you vaccinate these animals? But remember, this is a wildlife population. We don't want to, and vaccination, in one of the contingency plans we have for Ebola and the coronaviruses, vaccinating them is not easy. So we still have to make sure that we do this carefully. We understand it very well because this is an option, but not one of the most immediate ones that can be undertaken. I think from Morocco, especially on the ecological impact on the growth. Yeah, Tunisia, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see the card. So there is good food biomass. So why isn't it going to other parts of the ecosystems? So it's a very good, it's a huge challenge that we want to do to make sure that we understand our reaching carrying capacity and what measures can be taken. Also, from Dr. Aldo, yes, especially, have you ever seen any gynecological issues with the park, I mean with the gorillas? Usually for the last 10 years, we haven't seen any issue. Actually, one of my colleagues from Rwanda, Dr. Fred, is the only one who has seen the baby giving birth in the wild. We have tried, usually wake up in the morning and this guy has a baby. So it is one of the questions that are always being asked, but of course can be a huge challenge, like how do you handle that? But when if it ever happens, one of the challenges as a wildlife veterinarian is that you are dealing with a species that nobody has done work before. So you most probably you learn actually some of these things on your job. So we possibly we should try to see how to handle it, but we haven't had such a gynecological issue. Yeah. And from, I think, Sierra Leone, yes, especially on the chimps. Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So if I can come, especially particularly in Rwanda, chimps are in 2 national parks, in Nyungwe National Park, actually where I started practicing as a veterinarian in 2008. So gorilla doctors, once in a while, we are called upon. If there is a snare, for example, in the chimps, we try to go and try to retrieve this snare. So, of course, the gorillas are the great apes, and since we are working in the great apes area, if we are called upon for a chimp issue, we usually try to provide support to the government whenever called upon. And in terms of the orphans, yes, especially my colleagues, I think it was also on the news about 3 weeks ago, about 2 baby orphans that were in DRC. So it's my colleagues, Dr. Eddie Kambale and Fabrice, who were called upon to make sure they provide the first medical care for these babies before they are taken to a sanctuary in Irwiro. So we always provide this ad hoc support that is outside the gorilla health aspect, but focusing on other species, depending on availability, but also making sure that we at least provide this expertise. And the law enforcement issues, yes, this is a huge government task that we feel we can provide only advice on the health of the personnel, but mainly this, I think, as focal persons, this is something that could be sharing with the other colleagues what is done. But usually, yes, poaching is a very big issue. There are some programs, organizations like International Conservation for Gorilla Program, that are trying to be ambitious and say we should be having zero poaching by 2030. So all these are programs make sure that this law enforcement is done very, very well. And in fact, in terms of law enforcement, I think there was also some of the cases where now we have a rejuvenated judicial system. In the past, if somebody would kill an animal in Rwanda, I think it would be charged about $5. But now we have a wildlife law that this person should either go to jail or pay compensation to make sure that at least people know that something, if there is a punishment on top of doing any harm to the wildlife. From DRC, this was a very, very good question. I think I put it at the table of Dr. Eddie Kambale, because we have a robust way of sharing our information. Quarterly reports, we provide quarterly reports in Rwanda to all the partners. And in fact, we have, because of the health issues that have been prevailing, we have a robust communication system where the trackers go to the park and report to us on a day-to-day basis. So this information is shared to all the stakeholders, conservation stakeholders, on a daily basis by email. What happened to Group A? What happened to Group B? Who was sick in Group C? Who missed in Group A? So we have that robust information sharing that is actually helping us not only to connect us as colleagues, but we also solve these issues as a team. So that's something that we could also, because the quarterly reports actually we send it to the government partners, but all conservation organizations get our quarterly reports. And also on the issue of sanctuaries, especially introducing these great apes back to the wild, that is a subject to a lot of discussion. One of the things that we have seen as a huge challenge, especially the orphans that I showed you, over the years they are being brought to Rwanda, and then through the Kinigi facility we rehabilitate them. But about 6 years ago we transferred them to the 2 sanctuaries in DRC, North Kivu, Senkwekwe and Grace. So they have been surviving there, which is not, it is like a semi-captive state, where they can get away from their facilities, but they can go to the immediate forest, and potentially could go to that forest. But what we are seeing, what our colleagues are telling us, they are concentrating much more on the housed facilities, which of course is not a surprise to some of us. Like these animals have been raised ever since very young age with the humans, and taking them back to the wild is a very, very huge challenge. Most probably they might remain captive for the rest of their lives. So it's a subject for discussion with the government. But what we do at Gorilla Doctors is the husbandry. The husbandry is for the government and the partners. What we do is the medical interventions. And what the major thing we are seeing in these are either gastrointestinal infections that again are showing us some of the lessons we learned from these captured captives. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I really apologize. We really must stop here. I do agree that it has been a very eye-opening presentation, touching from the socio-ecological aspects, ecological aspects, the health aspects, laboratory aspects, very wide, and thank you so much, Dr. Nzinza, for that very insightful talk, which sets the pace for the rest of the sessions. We're going together, and I would like you to look into your packs, your information packs, your files, whatever you received when you got the registration pack. Please look, there is a webinar evaluation form. We had a series of 2 webinars before this meeting, and we would like to hear your feedback about the webinars that we had. So please take time to fill those evaluation forms and hand them over to Sophie, who is raising her hand now. Yes? Once you fill the form, at any time, but before lunch, please hand them over to Sophie. Allow us to take a few minutes to introduce Dr. Claire Kyle. Dr. Claire Kyle, as she mentioned, works for WOA, and she will tell us more about some of the work she has, or she is doing, and a system that is under development that is going to be of interest to all of us. Welcome, Dr. Kyle.
Thank you, Lydian. Yeah, just a few words. So I've just joined the headquarters of WOA in Paris, and I'm in charge of thinking of the optimal way for reporting and optimal information system for data management of data providing from wide species. So I will come to you for informal discussion during the coffee breaks or during off time, and I'm really eager to hear from you. How do you manage data? What is your strategy for data management on wildlife species? And yes, so you will see me around with some documents to collect information from you.
Are our sugar levels low? Do we need some coffee? Yes, but before we have coffee, please, we are working together. Remember that. We would like to take a photo together, a group photo outside. And then we will also, after the group photo, have a little activity with Dr. Dama. Dr. Damavia will give us a little activity to do as we take our coffee, but after the group photo. So please welcome outside. We're going to have a group photo. Lynn will lead us in that. As we have our coffee. So thank you very much to the speakers in the first session. We are delighted again that you could join us. So please, welcome to the group photo. We can go outside.
Hapo.
Hello.
Yeah? 5 minutes we do, yeah. And then we'll let you for coffee half an hour. Is that okay? We get it done. Test.
I want to keep you here for 5 more minutes just to introduce.
Ouais, on était à Burkina, ensemble. Ouais, pour le mettre en. Ok. Il bouge beaucoup.
We go for a small.
Myself, yeah, the two guys coming.
Oh, the tree.
So, finally, yeah,
Exactly. But you don't really have natural. You don't have it.
Colleagues, welcome back. I hope you had a good coffee and a good chat between the experienced focal points and the newer focal points. You had a chat. Just a small announcement is that some people did not get a registration form, and the registration form has been placed on your desks. So if you can fill the registration form, if you did not fill it, and when you fill the registration form, you can hand it to NOMSA. NOMSA, if you could raise your hand, please hand it to NOMSA at the back once you have filled the registration form. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of our first day. And in this session, we will have our experts from our collaborating centers giving us discussion and presentation around wildlife disease management, the basics. So I would like to call Dr. Daniel Walsh, both of the United States Geological Society, which is a collaborating center of WAR. I would also like to call Dr. Claude Sabeta, please to the front, and also Dr. Kiatoko Nkoba. Please, if you could take the seats at the front. If you could take the seats at the front. Our first speaker will be Dr. Leanne White, and she will be giving us a presentation on general principles of disease management and control in wildlife. Welcome, Dr. Leanne White.
Great, thank you so much, Lillian. All right, so as Lillian said, I am Dr. Leanne White. I am the Deputy Director for the USGS National Wildlife Health Center, and we are the Collaborating Center for Research, Diagnosis, and Surveillance for Wildlife Pathogens. I also have from the Collaborating Center Dr. Dan Walsh. He's actually the unit leader from the USGS Montana Cooperative Research Unit, and he's still affiliated with the Collaborating Center at the Health Center. All right, so one of the simplest models of disease causation is the epidemiologic triad, which is also useful for planning a disease intervention. So the we like starting here for talking about disease interventions, because when you think about the disease transmission, it requires an agent, so a virus, a bacteria, or a parasite, or a non-infectious agent, a susceptible host, I wish I had a pointer, and an environment that brings the host and the agent into contact. For some infections, as I'm sure you're all aware, a vector can also be part of the transmission process. So when looking at this model, it becomes obvious that management can include preventing contact of a susceptible host to the agent, modifying the agent or its spread, or modifying the environment to reduce the ability of agents to reach the host. In addition to thinking about the ecology of the disease, some useful initial questions to consider before undertaking disease management include thinking about why disease management is even being considered. So is the disease of primary concern to wildlife animals, to public health, or domestic animals, or perhaps all three? Thinking about what tools are available for management, and that might be thinking about how the disease has been managed in other locations, or how similar diseases have been managed. Thinking about what resources are available for management. All disease management requires some level of resources in terms of funding, personnel, and equipment. Is there public and societal support for management? We're going to talk a lot about that in the following slides, as that's been a major impediment for a lot of diseases that primarily affect wildlife. Thinking about what success would look like. So are you interested in reducing prevalence or just reducing the spread of the disease to a new location? thinking about how success would actually be measured, and then how will management actions and outcomes be communicated to stakeholders? And again, we'll talk a lot about this for many of the management actions because as we've mentioned, there have been a lot of impediments societally and politically for using some of the management actions. And finally, it's important to consider the objectives of management, which fall into three broad categories. The first of which is prevention, which is defined as excluding or preventing the introduction of a disease into unaffected animals or population. Control refers to activities designed to reduce the frequency of occurrence and contain the spread or effects of an existing disease within a population to a predetermined level. And eradicating disease worldwide, which is really unrealistic for wildlife. So for wildlife, we primarily focus on eliminating an infectious agent from a defined geographic area. Okay, so our first example of prevention and control is for those diseases where you want to try to eliminate an agent. As I mentioned on the previous slide, elimination of an agent is usually focused on a defined area rather than its total eradication. Some things to consider for this type of management are that control of a non-infectious agent, like a chemical or a toxin, often present less technical challenges than infectious agents, since management can be focused on stopping or reducing the release of a substance into the environment. Also, since non-infectious agents do not replicate, if a known quantity is released into the environment, it should at least theoretically be possible to physically remove some or all of the agent and prevent additional release. However, some toxins, like polychlorinated biphenyls, are very persistent in the environment and cause indirect effects through bioaccumulation in the food chain. And as we'll see for many of the types of management interventions, there can be social impediments because many of the toxic substances that cause impacts to wildlife or domestic animals or even humans are useful to humans, so getting public support for control can be challenging. So what we found is that in general, substances that have direct acute effects on human health, like aquatic mercury poisoning, have had more support for control than efforts with have had more support for control than those with delayed effects that primarily affect wildlife, so things like DDT and lead. When it comes to prevention and control of infectious agents, a major consideration is whether a pathogen can persist in the environment. Because if it can, steps need to be taken to minimize contamination of surrounding areas. For example, even though the decay processes in unopened carcasses can destroy anthrax vegetative cells, contamination of the environment can still occur through fluids exiting the nose, mouth, or anus. So since incineration of wildlife carcasses is often not possible during anthrax events, carcasses can be covered with plastic or wetted with 10% formalin to kill external anthrax organisms while preserving anaerobic conditions needed for decomposition. Other common disposal methods for wildlife carcasses to prevent environmental contamination, other than incineration, include deep burial, landfill, and composting, many of which have different considerations, such as setbacks from water sources to prevent contamination, which we discuss in much more detail in the manual. For prevention and control of pathogens that are transmitted by invertebrate vectors, interventions can be aimed directly at the vectors themselves. Although there are numerous highly effective pesticides, many do have serious environmental effects, and widespread continued use can exert selective pressure for resistant organisms. For example, in the US, endangered black-footed ferrets and prairie dogs are both highly susceptible to Yersinia pestis, which causes plague, and is a bacteria that's carried by fleas. So control of plague has been attempted through pesticides targeting fleas using chemicals such as DDT and permethrins. However, similar to flea control throughout the world, the fleas acquired resistance to the chemicals following continued use. Other factors affecting the utility of pesticides for wildlife pathogens is that many are broad spectrum, meaning they can affect non-target invertebrates, causing unintended or unknown consequences to ecosystem function. Therefore, use of pesticides to control pathogens is typically only recommended for small locations and when used in combination with other methods such as environmental control and biological controls. Control can also be aimed at preventing the introduction of pathogens and vectors to new areas and to new susceptible hosts. So a good example of when this type of disease intervention is used is during translocation of animals that may include, you may end up including restrictions on movement of specific animals from areas where specific diseases are known to occur. You might also need to do quarantining of animals to be moved for a time period that should be equal to the maximum incubation period for the diseases of concern. And finally, diagnostic testing and prophylactic treatment of animals can be used for animals that are to be moved to new areas for the diseases of concern. Okay, so we just talked about prevention and control for agents, and now we're going to move on to prevention and control targeting host populations. This is one of the most common techniques for diseases with no intermediate hosts. Host manipulation approaches include modifying the host distribution, selective removal of infected animals, and overall density reduction. The effectiveness of this type of management lies in the first principles of epidemiology, namely that if exposure to an infectious agent is minimized or eliminated, the host will be protected from risk of disease. Do I need to slow down? I knew you were going to say that. All right, similarly, if contacts between uninfected and infected hosts can be reduced, disease transmission can likewise be minimized. Before a disease is established, the goal is to reduce R0, or the reproductive number, to less than 1. After a disease is established, manipulations of host populations may still be advantageous to reduce the intensity of disease through time. This figure is from the manual where we demonstrated these ideas using a susceptible, infected, recovered, or SIR compartment model for a population of 10,000 animals within a 1,000 square kilometer area. And you can watch the prevalence of this population fall as the density of the population is reduced, along with contact rates between susceptible and infectious hosts. The reason we emphasize understanding the theory behind manipulations of host populations in the manual, where we also provide much more detail about the equations, is because it is critical for choosing and designing appropriate management actions, as well as communicating these expectations with politicians and the public. This is figure 4 from the manual, where we show reducing density does have a negative linear effect on R0, but it takes a significant reduction, in this case, greater than 90% density reduction, to ensure an epidemic does not occur. And knowing that this level of effort is needed would be really important to communicate to agency personnel as well as stakeholders. All right, so we're going to start with our discussion of how host distributions can be manipulated in order to control distribution of a disease. The theoretical underpinning of this management action is that if you spread wildlife across a larger area, you reduce contact rates with infectious animals or exposure of animals to a non-infectious agent. This figure on the right doubles the area over which a population is dispersed, which reduces the maximum prevalent, the total number of infected animals, and flattens the epidemic curve through time. One of the major techniques for modifying distribution of wildlife is through dispersal, which may be recommended when an outbreak is localized and additional uninfected and suitable habitat exists within the region. A variety of methods have been draining the 46 billion gallons of water from the pit isn't an option. Various techniques are used to discourage birds from using the area, particularly during migration, including high-powered laser beams, remote-powered boats, drones that emit loud sounds and drop water balloons, a cannon that emits a ring of air at 200 miles per hour, and noise-emitting machines that sound like car alarms that have been placed around the pit. Some considerations when thinking about using dispersal of wildlife to control a disease outbreak include that it can be really resource intensive, particularly if the species is dangerous or difficult to scare, like bison or elephants. If dispersal is successful, its effects and benefits are also likely to be transient, so it may require continued effort through time. If the disease is emerging and restricted in extent, dispersing individuals may be counterproductive, and you may end up moving infected animals to a new area. We've also seen that these methods can have unintended impacts to areas where the animals have been dispersing, potentially causing things like crop depredation or wildlife livestock interactions. An example of the complex consequences caused by dispersing animals can be seen in elk feeding grounds in the state of Wyoming in the U.S., which are pictured here. These areas were established to provide alternative nutritional sources during the winter for declining elk herds in the area, and to reduce conflict with agriculture and livestock animals. However, elk herds have since rebounded, and large number of elk now congregate on feed grounds each winter. So now there is concern about transmission of brucellosis in these elk herds, as well as to bison herds in the surrounding area. This presents a difficult dilemma for disease managers because the feed grounds functionally help keep livestock and elk separated, but the large congregation of elk create increased risk of infection. So now they have to think about, the managers are now thinking about depopulating local populations in order to protect the greater population of elk. Intended to reduce the spread of infected hosts into new regions or to reduce transmission within already affected areas by spreading hosts out. Most examples where fencing has been successful involve separation of wildlife and livestock. For example, extensive fencing has been utilized to reduce an incident of foot and mouth disease in Botswana, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa. However, as I'm sure you're all aware, we've also seen that the effectiveness of fencing declines over time. Fencing to control a disease that solely affects wildlife are less common, but seem to be most effective when trying to prevent access to sites or point source areas known to be contaminated with infectious or non-infectious agents. So as I just mentioned, the effectiveness of fencing generally declines through time, but some other considerations for this method include the potential need for surveillance if you're trying to separate infected and uninfected individuals, as the surveillance will be needed to inform placement of the fence. It's also important to think about behavioral characteristics of the host, since leaping, digging, swimming abilities of the host need to be considered to help determine the height, placement, and need for underground construction or use of electrical fencing. This next one's pretty obvious, but fencing is not effective for vector-borne pathogens. Maintenance of fencing will also likely be an ongoing effort, and the associated cost and resources and personnel is not trivial, particularly where other species like elephants or natural events present an ever-present risk of breaching the fence, and a single breaching event can cause the complete failure of the entire disease effort. And finally, for wild populations, fencing's been found to cause unintended consequences, including impacting gene flow, social networks, population sinks, and also causing direct mortality. Okay, so our next host manipulation approach is selective removal of animals. The usual application of this tool involves culling infected animals from the population to reduce contact between healthy and sick animals. So one of the caveats is that you must have an adequate means to identify infected individuals. If the disease presents with easily discernible clinical signs, these may be sufficient to allow for the removal of infected individuals. However, if clinical signs are not readily apparent or they present late in the course of the disease, it will be really important to have a trustworthy diagnostic test available to detect infected individuals. In this situation, you would also need to be able to associate test results with individual animals so that infected animals can be removed. Approaches include removing, as we just talked about, removing all infected individuals, as is done for bovine tuberculosis in African buffalo in South Africa. Selective removal can also be focused on removing individuals that are disproportionately driving incidents. They're also known as super spreaders. And Dr. Walsh will be talking about use of this technique for Mycoplasma ovopneumoniae in bighorn sheep. Newcastle disease in cormorants in the U.S., where young of the year birds are removed for both disease and population control. The final host manipulation technique we'll cover is density reduction. So just as we did for some of the other methods, we want to spend a moment here discussing the theory behind this method, as it reveals numerous important considerations. So in this top figure, you can see that sufficient density reduction can alter the course of the disease. But this method assumes that animals are randomly selected for removal independent of disease state. And that means recovered individuals are removed at the same rate as susceptible and infected individuals. This results in the needless removal of animals, which obviously has social considerations. We've also assumed a constant rate of removal over time, which may be difficult to maintain. And equally problematic is that sustained removal results in population sizes that can become extremely low, which is undesirable in most real-world disease scenarios. So we can also relax this assumption of continuous removal and instead reduce the population size at one time point, which is what's shown in the bottom graph. where the effect of density reduction has occurred at a single time point. In this model, Dan used day 76. And from the graph, it is apparent that removal of animals at a single time point can have a significant impact on the prevalence, but a large proportion of animals must be removed. In this case, it's 80%. And if the two graphs are compared, the effects are much less dramatic on the bottom than for the top. So much less dramatic for a single time point than for continuous removal. So given these highly variable effects, density reduction needs to be carefully planned to ensure it is the correct management option to achieve control objectives and that is conducted properly to maximize the chance of success. Density reduction is most commonly done through human-mediated lethal methods, but when this isn't an option, so for example, for threatened or endangered species, trap and translocate operations have also been used. In some systems, protecting or promoting predator populations may also be a feasible means to achieve lower densities, particularly if used with human-mediated methods. Habitat manipulations can also be used to reduce densities, as well as changing human behaviors. For example, the discontinuation of supplemental feeding of wildlife can be used to reduce unnatural concentrations of animals and may also affect survival and reproduction of animals. Some additional considerations for density reduction as a disease intervention strategy is the scale at which the reduction will be applied. Density reductions might need to be only used at a local scale. They might also be used over a larger area, perhaps in a buffer around a newly discovered disease foci, or may occur over an expansive area. Determining the scale will generally require information from a targeted surveillance program that can determine the spatial extent of disease on the landscape. The larger the scale, the more difficult and resource-intensive reduction efforts will be. Density reduction is also more effective for novel diseases than endemic diseases because of the spatial extent of well-established diseases in a population. But this method may still be effective for preventing disease spread to adjacent populations. The characteristics of the pathogen are also determinants of whether density reduction is a viable option. The mode of transmission can affect the needed extent of disease control efforts. For example, density reduction will be more likely to succeed if the disease is directly transmitted and will be less successful when transmission involves an environmental reservoir or is spread via vectors. The transmission process will also determine if density reduction will be successful. If the transmission follows a frequency-dependent process, density reduction will fail to control the disease, and if rate of spread of infectious agent is rapid, there may not be suitable time to design and implement a density reduction program, and such efforts will fail. Understanding the timing of the potential influx of susceptible individuals into the host population is also a key design consideration. Population sizes can increase throughout the year as new individuals are born or immigrate into the population, so density reduction efforts must take this into account in order to be successful. There are also several logistical considerations for lethal density reduction. The first is carcass disposal, which can be a major challenge, particularly for large species. So disposal may require significant planning and investment in order to ensure that other species are not put at risk due to the reduction efforts themselves. A second logistical consideration is who will be conducting the density reduction. When density reduction is necessary for game species, hunters may act as valuable tools, but we found in the US that the agency culling is still typically needed to supplement hunter efforts. It's important to know the ecology of the species to know how density reduction efforts may impact them, which we'll talk more about on the next slide. Lastly, it's unlikely that a single density reduction effort will be sufficient to achieve the density control objectives, so it's a good idea to use mathematical models that can help inform these estimates, so that you can gauge the level of resource commitment that will likely be needed over time. A final consideration is that density reduction can be controversial, and this will only be magnified when the removal is not limited to those most at risk or the infected, particularly if the disease is not zoonotic or is not a threat to domestic livestock. Measuring and communicating success is not only useful for ensuring resources are well spent, but also for maintaining public support for disease management and guiding refinements to management activities when they are not having the desired effects. An example we've been able to learn a lot from is the density reduction of badgers in the UK to control bovine tuberculosis. By measuring the success of density reduction efforts, they saw an increase in tuberculosis prevalence in badger populations and in cattle herds surrounding the treatment area. They later found that it was caused by incomplete understanding of the ecology of badgers, and after intensive studies, now believe that the culling activities altered the sex-age structure of the population, causing social perturbations of this territorial species that then resulted in the remaining animals taking additional excursions outside their normal social groups. The new social dynamics ultimately led to higher disease incidence in the remaining animals. So given the social impediments for density reduction, it might be easy to gravitate towards host manipulation through fencing or changing distributions, but all methods do have their trade-offs. So this is table 4 at the end of the 6-cycle workbook, which provides a simple tool to help assess when these methods are most likely to be successful for controlling various diseases, and would be a valuable resource if you're considering either of these types of interventions. Another option for controlling pathogens in hosts includes the use of treatments such as antibiotics or anthelmintics. Although treatment is commonly used for humans and domestic animals, many factors limit its usefulness for managing disease in wildlife. But it still may be a useful option under the right circumstances, including when treatment can be efficiently done for a large proportion of the population or in individuals of particular significance. Treatment can also be valuable if it can be done prior to the capture and translocation of animals, and occasionally treatment is used to train personnel or harness public concern and gain support for disease management. Considerations before selecting treatment as a management option include the difficulty of delivering treatment to free-ranging wildlife at scale. Effective single treatments are rare, and ongoing treatment is often necessary, particularly if some infected animals do not exhibit clinical signs and serve as a reservoir for new infections or reinfection of treated individuals. Widespread continued use of chemicals can also exert selective pressure for resistant pathogens, as has been seen for the protozoan that causes malaria and the bacteria that causes plague. And from a practical standpoint, even if sick animals can be detected early on in the course of the disease, handling and treating wildlife can be stressful for them, and the associated stress may outweigh any therapeutic benefits of treatment for wildlife. A final consideration is that few drugs are labeled for use in wildlife, which can present additional challenges. So we heard this morning about the great success of treatment of mountain gorillas, but another example of when this has been used successfully is this photo here of a treatment of a black bear in the state of Virginia in the US. The bear was trapped by the Virginia Department of Game and Inland Fisheries after it was observed with severe symptoms of mange, which causes significant hair loss and thickened skin all over the body, and it was treated with an anti-parasitic and was still mange-free 8 months post-treatment. But as you can imagine, trying to scale this up to treating all the black bears in the area would be considerably more resource-intensive. Immunization is a primary mechanism for controlling disease in modern human and domestic animal medicine and can also be used in wildlife. Vaccines that provide protection from infection are preferred over those that provide protection from disease, because in the latter case, animals may still contribute to infection of other animals, and therefore the vaccine may be mostly beneficial to the individual and less so to the population. If the population can only be vaccinated once, a much larger proportion of the population must be vaccinated to have meaningful changes in the disease dynamics comparable to continuous immunization operation. This top figure shows the impact of continuous immunization on population prevalence, and immunization occurs in the susceptible compartment at a continuous rate after day 75 of an outbreak. This graph can be compared to the bottom graph that shows the impact of one-time vaccination on population prevalence. And you can see that prevalence rate is flattened faster with the continuous immunization. A major benefit of vaccines is that they're generally supported by the public, do not require removal of individuals, but that doesn't necessarily make them the easiest management intervention for wildlife. As I just mentioned, vaccines include that vaccines need to be safe for non-target species that might be exposed to it directly or indirectly. Their use in wildlife can be challenging, can also be challenging because of field conditions and administration to wild animals, as well as the number of doses required. And the time to development can be long and require sustained commitment, both logistically and financially. 2 vaccines that have been tested to date and have been approved by the USDA Agricultural Center for Veterinary Biologics for the fungus that causes white nose syndrome in bats is something that my center has ongoing work on. We have completed the testing for adverse effects to non-target species and have started figuring out how to deliver it to vulnerable populations. But without wanting to take anything away from the amazing work and dedication that's gone into addressing white nose, there's still many hurdles for this disease, including thinking about whether this is really a long-term solution for combating white nose syndrome. Making an effective vaccine is only one part of the equation, and we're truly concerned about whether there will be sustainable long-term funding. The comparison isn't quite straightforward, but the U.S. Department of Agriculture has been operating an oral rabies program since 1995, and their annual budget is around $21 million US, which is more than we've ever been able to find for annual budgets for our wildlife vaccines. And even if we can vaccinate all of the bats, it's been 10 years since the disease was discovered, and millions of bats have been lost. So we worry about how resilient these populations will be to the next disease and all of the other threats to bats. So now that I've given you all of that depressing news, as you've probably gathered, managing diseases in wildlife is typically more complex than for humans or agriculture. We typically have limited resources to use on highly mobile, difficult to access species, and are often limited by what is socially or economically acceptable. Not to mention that disease is only one of many components affecting the health of wildlife and biodiversity, but will also allow us to make decisions amid all of the complexity that make managing wildlife populations so much more logistically and ecologically complex, and to find interventions that not only work on paper, but that will be acceptable to stakeholders. So during tomorrow's presentation and during the tabletop exercise, we'll be exploring a concept called systems thinking, which our hosts are trying to figure out how to translate into French, which has been used for decades by public health, the public health field, as both a methodology and a set of...
Dr. Cloud comes from the Department for Veterinary Tropical Diseases in the University of Pretoria, which is a WOA collaborating center. He's also the designated expert for the WOA Reference Laboratory for rabies in the Onderstpoort Veterinary Institute, and he will talk to us about the root causes, drivers of disease, and how to manage them, giving a case in point on rabies in wild carnivores. Welcome, Dr. Sobeta.
Thanks for that introduction. Good afternoon, colleagues. As has been presented, I'm going to talk about rabies in wild carnivores and how we can mitigate the disease in these species. So this is my presentation outline. I'll talk about drivers of disease in wild carnivores. I'll then look at rabies diagnosis. I'll look at the preventive practical approaches that have been used globally using baited vaccines, but also more recently inactivated vaccines. I'll then give specific examples from South Africa and I think Ethiopia on specific wild carnivores. I'll finalize by looking at how vaccination has been successful in these species and then give some concluding remarks. So some of the issues have been said before by the previous presenters. As we all know, zoonotic disease emergence is a complex process, and there are a lot of external factors that drive the emergence of these diseases. And some of the examples of drivers, I've shown them there on the slide. They can be ecological, political, as well as economic. And during the surveillance process, we are also in a position to identify those regions or areas where risk of a disease event will most likely occur, or where they're most intense. And these we refer to as zoonotic hotspots. And we have a couple of good examples, Nipah virus, SARS-CoV, which is a very recent and good example. Initially being initiated by spillover events, and then followed by outbreaks within the human population, the transmission taking place human-to-human transmission, after the pathogen is adapted to the human being. So infectious pathogens are also important in wildlife animals for a number of reasons. They impact on human health. They can impact on agricultural production, and they can also have an impact on wildlife conservation. A case in point is rabies and canine distemper, and these two diseases may actually threaten many wildlife carnivores. And this is due to the shared proximity of these pathogens. If I may come now to rabies, it's a common cause of outbreaks in endangered species. And here I'll look at the black-backed jackal in South Africa. I'll also look at African wild dogs, as well as the Ethiopian wolves. And there has been success stories whereby through mass dog parental vaccination of domestic dog populations, spillover of rabies has been disrupted into the wildlife. A case in point is the one in the Ngorongoro here in Tanzania. So after rabies infection, obviously the laboratory comes into play, and we need to assess presence or absence of the pathogen. And on the slide I've shown the direct fluorescent antibody test and immunohistochemistry. These are the main common used methods for detecting rabies virus infection. But more recently we have the direct rapid immunohistochemical test called the DRIT, which can also be field-based. So those three are commonly used in many labs on the continent, and the other two in a fewer labs on the continent, but more so in other labs globally. So as you can see there, it's basically an antigen and antibody reaction. For the fluorescent antibody test, it fluoresces under UV fluorescence, whereas in the immunohistochemistry, you can use light microscopy to detect that reaction. When we compare the specificity and diagnostic sensitivity of the two methods, we find that they're very good in terms of not missing out on the positives, but also picking out most of the negative samples. Tissues or any central nervous tissue, we then apply what is called antibody typing to differentiate these viruses. But I think what is very important here is if you can see this jackal virus and the dog virus, you can see that their reactivity patterns are similar, confirming the ease of transmission between these two host species. So the first example that I'm going to talk about is the rabies outbreak that happened close to Johannesburg in South Africa. It occurred in a place called the Cradle of Humankind. And firstly, just to inform you that we have two species of jackals in Southern Africa, the black-backed jackal species, but we also have a small population of the side-striped jackals. We believe this one maintains the dog strain of rabies, whereas the other one is not able to do that. So this graph just shows you the cases of rabies identified or confirmed in this particular species over time. And I would like to highlight mainly on this most recent outbreak, which resulted in about the death of 80 or so jackals. When we plot those positive cases using GIS, we can see that they correlate with the spatial areas where the jackal populations are more prevalent. The second example I'm going to talk about is the wild dogs, or Lycion pictus. So currently there are about 6,600 individuals of this wild canid. Some of the characteristics of this wildlife carnivore is that they are nomadic and highly social canids. And if you look at the geographical distribution, you can see that the current range is much smaller than what it was previously. And this is due to decimation by diseases I've mentioned, rabies, as well as canine distemper. So that's just a picture, courtesy of Colleen from Madikwe Game Reserve. Some of the pictures that she took in the northwest part of South Africa on a pack of wild dogs. And the third example is the Ethiopian wolves, the one that was used in South Africa recently on the jackal population, the glycoprotein gene. So the glycoprotein gene is the one, the protective area of the virus. And we have some very good success stories from Europe where rabies was eliminated in red foxes, in Israel as well as in the US. And the good thing about these vaccines is that they are 100% effective. They are also stable and safe under both field and lab conditions, and they can be stable in the environment for up to 3 weeks. So these particular tools can also find application in domestic dogs. Our colleague from Rwanda talked about stray dogs. So this could be one option of trying to immunize those stray dogs by using baited vaccines. But what are these baited vaccines? In actual fact, they are liquid formulations that are enclosed in a sachet. And then they are coated with an attractant so that the host or the carnivore can actually be attracted to that base. And there are a number of baits that have been, bait attractants that have been used through. I know Tunisia, they did oral rabies vaccination in dogs. The SAGs can use red meat, chicken heads, or even goat meat, as happened in Ethiopia. So this is an attractant for the host. So you find that the host have a specific attraction to a specific attractant, yeah? So this slide just shows that most of the black-backed jackals actually preferred the bait in fish purina, and less so in chicken heads. Meat was also not so bad. And also the number of vaccines that were eaten during the day was much higher than during the night. So this slide gives us an indication of whether the animal is successfully immunized. So one of the measures that is undertaken in the lab is to measure a humoral immune response to the vaccination. And the cutoff value for rabies is anything, any titer between 0.5 or above indicates successful seroconversion. So in this case, you can see we had only 2 animals that did not seroconvert, but the rest seroconverted to different levels of humoral response. If you look at this one, these are about 2 international units. The others were between 4 and 5 international units. But that is good protective level in case there's an infection. This one is particularly for the wild dogs, and you can see that the titer here in this column, anything above 0.5, demonstrates to you that there is successful immunization or successful response to immunization. Similarly, I think I've covered this. This is what that was done on Ethiopian wolves, where they used SAG2. So for the Ethiopian wolves and the wild dogs, they use SAG2, whereas for the black-backed jackals, they use Ravorol, which is VRG. Yeah, I wanted to put a slide there showing how the lions actually responded as well to inactivated rabies vaccination. But I think to summarize what I've been saying is that we have shown that rabies in carnivore species, particularly wildlife carnivore species, is a result of spillover from domestic dog populations into the wildlife. And to break that cycle, we can do parental vaccination of domestic dogs in complementarity with oral baited vaccination of the wildlife. And eliminating canine-mediated rabies, obviously, will result on eliminating the disease from dog populations, but also from the wildlife carnivores. So there's a synergistic relationship between the two. The use of rabicin and ORVs elicited immune responses in wildlife, as we saw from the high antibody titers after, So this presentation has given us utilized in this presentation, and I think they can form a good basis if one wants to utilize this approach for controlling rabies in wild carnivores. Thank you.
Because there's no need to have someone who's not working but is just eating. So honeybee are called perennial colonies. They stay in a nest, and you can count up to 60,000 female who are contributing to work. There are about 8 different species of honeybees which are known, and in these 8 species there are 43 subspecies, which we have tried to list the different species here. And Apis mellifera is the common one which is widely found in Africa, although we have also different races when it comes to these specific species. So why are honeybees important? We need to know that honeybees are very important for the health of people and the planet. They play an important role in the ecological sector, and this role is as pollinator. We have been talking about wildlife, herbivore among this wildlife, and through the pollination services by the bees, they contribute to the survival of many wild plants which are food for herbivore. And they also contribute by perpetuating seeds, which will be habitat for many different wildlife species. But they also contribute for forage for domesticated animals, and they also pollinate a lot of food crops. And worldwide, 75% of food which we eat are pollinator dependent and used for in managed pollination to increase. One of the second role is that they also take in so many kind of things. So this is just to show to you in terms of money. In Kenya, it's evaluated up to 186 million. Many data is missing from many African countries because we have not been evaluating at this. And you can see that Tanzania is also a potential producer of honey in Africa. But what they produce, it's still a little compared to the potentiality which they can do. And similarly also with Uganda. So it means there's a lot of potentiality in Africa when it comes to honey production, which can really serve as an income and source of revenue for dollar for our government. But this sector is not really being exploited. Ethiopia is one of the biggest exporter of honey in Africa. I think the second one must be Tanzania, followed I think by Kenya and then Uganda. But for many other countries, this data is really missing. So are really bees affected also by decline and disease? We will say a yes, and this is just a graph trying to show to you some of these factors. And as you see, bigger is the size of the circle and darker. This is just to say that knowledge that this factor here is contributing in this country has been well established. And as the circle reduces, you see that it's not important, but in some cases, it's just that information is not available in the country because people are not looking at it. So we will start first with climate change. And when you look at climate change, this pointer is... So if you look at climate change, you can realize like in Africa, they'll tell you, yes, it's an important factor, but if you look at the color of the cycle, they said is inconclusive. It's just that we're assuming, but there's no scientific evidence showing that, yes, this has really been demonstrated and proven that it's there, compared to what is found in other, has been already proven in other countries. Landscape degradation. Landscape degradation is really another problem in Africa. And they even create also a lot of conflict. There's also conflict between human and bees. When the population is growing, settle, create new area for settlement. They come, they cut down trees, they build house. These bees who are nesting in those trees cavities, those nests which are in the wide you cut, in exchange what they do, they come and nest in the roofing of your house. And then when they nest in the roof of your house, and you keep your cows, and when it's hot, they start stinging everyone. And then you start saying that how these bees are disturbing me. No, you're the first one who came to settle where they were. So there's also a lot of case of conflict between human and bees when it comes to settlement in areas where it was previously occupied by bees, and you come to build your house in those areas. Intensive agriculture, this is also a very important sector. We want to produce a lot. The population is growing. We need to produce a lot. We need to be doing a lot of exportation so we can get more foreign currency in the government. By doing that, most of the effort is going by using a lot of pesticide. And we are not looking at the effect it has also on the health of these colonies. Because when we talk about bees, these are wild bees, and these are also those which we are domesticating, which in hives. So this also, agriculture is really, intensive agriculture is also a challenge which is facing bees. Then we have invasive species and other biotic threat, which is also common in many countries. But in the specific presentation, we're going to focus more on bee pest and disease as a threat to bee decline. So there are many stressors which are really affecting Apis mellifera colonies in Africa, we have said. These include farmer practices, climate and weather, pesticide use, beneficial microbe, all those kind of issues are really problem which is really causing a stress to bees. But we are going to focus more on pathogen because the deforming virus is a pathogen which is found also in honeybee. So this is just a list of common known pathogens which have been known in honeybee. We have various diseases, and these various diseases are one of the ones which we are really looking at because it's one of the causes also of colony loss around the world. So really the one vectoring most of the various disease. So it's a mite which stick on the bee body, as you can see there, and also on those pupae which are developing, and he's feeding on the hemolymph of the bees. And by doing that feeding, he's also transmitting some of this disease. So if you look at the developmental cycle of the varroa mite, so once the queen lay an egg in the cell, and this egg hatch into a larvae, the worker bees who are in charge of nourishing the larvae, they have to put food for that larvae so that the larvae can feed on it and grow. And if the bee has the mite on his body or the mite on the combs, the female mite will scroll in. As long as the male mite, they will mate and reproduce inside, and they will start to feed on the larvae who is developing. And then when the adult bee emerge, she also emerge with the mite, who, in fact, from one mite, you can see now they have reproduced and come out with more mite on her body. So that's a brief summary of the cycle of this mite in the honeybee colony. So we said that there are several viruses which are caused, which are found in honeybee, and we were going to focus more on the deformed wing virus. It's not only a disease which has been found only in honeybees, but it also has been detected in other arthropod species belonging to 8 different insect orders, and they say also in some spiders also they have found it. And all these are insects which also you found in the wild. So this is a photo just to show to you how it looks like. It's mean the bee who emerged has a deformed wing, and with this bee is useless for the colony. She cannot fly, because bees, they fly out of the hive to go to look for nectar, to go to look for pollen, and bring it into the hive to store it. And this is a bee who cannot fly at all. So if you have a high number of worker bees who are affected, it means this is a colony who has a reduced number of foragers who can go out and look for food or achieve some tasks in the colony. And this is a colony which has become weak. So it's a very new emerging pathogen, which is really spread, and it has been discovered many years ago. But actually, between the varroa mite and this pathogen. So this is just to show you how is the genome of that pathogen. I'm not going to stick on this. So there are 3 types of deformed wing virus which has been known so far and described. You have the deformed wing virus genotype A, deformed wing virus genotype B, which is also known as Varroa destructor virus 1, and you have the deformed wing virus type C, but the type C is the recombination of these 2. And people also are saying that there are also many recombinants which can be actually found. So actually, when you look around scientific report around the world, even in Africa, the deformed wing virus type B is the one which is mostly being spread. And we're going to see far that this is the most dangerous one, lethal one for a bee colony, which really cause more destruction to the honeybee colony. So just to look at Africa, when it comes to disease, is more transmitted among the bees, it's more asymptomatic compared to when it's the varroa mite who's in charge, who conduct this transmission. So this one is 2-way, horizontal, where I was saying earlier that the varroa mite is the one who transmitted by feeding on the larvae and the pupae when they are developing. Overt symptom which can be observed, and this is when you have a very high virulent virus at that moment. But you also have a horizontal transmission around among adult bees when they are doing some prophylaxis and when they are doing some cannibalism by removing also some of these pupae which are infected through their hygienic behavior. They also get exposed in contact with this pathogen, but then you realize that you have more covert symptom compared to when it's the varroa which is transmitted. It's not really virulent, but it doesn't mean that because it's virulent doesn't mean that it doesn't affect the bee colony. We're going to see far that it really also affects the bee colony. So we also have this vertical transmission where they say this is among a fertilized egg, and it leads to some covert symptom, but there's more studies which are being conducted when it comes to the vertical transmission. So this is just a graph to show to you about the overt symptom when the varroa mite is the one who is transmitting the disease, and when you have a covert symptom when now contamination is done among the bee species through prophylaxis and cannibalism. So what are the symptoms which you can observe in a bee colony? So when it's the varroa mite who is the vector of that disease, then you have symptomatic sign which you can see in the bee colony. You have like the twisted wing, like what you see here. You see that this wing is really different from the wing of a normal bee. You have shivered wings, you have bloated abdomen, decreased body size of the worker bees, body discoloration, paralysis also is commonly found, and then you have a rapid mortality of bees which are emerging. So these are some of the symptoms which you can see in a bee colony when you are doing your hive inspection. When it comes to asymptomatic symptom, this is among when the transmission has been done among the adult foragers bees. You have a reduced in lifespan and precoce behavior which you observe in the honeybee, and which is very dangerous because when the lifespan of the colony is reduced, then it means that when new bees have to emerge, you have now a gap between repopulation of the colony and death of this worker. And then you have impaired learning and memory, and this is something very crucial because we said that foragers, adult bees are females. Those are those who goes out of the hive to look for food. And when the bees, they go for food, they know the direction where they have to go to, and then also have to come back. And when they lose this memory, then the bees, they don't know how to return back to the hive. So because they cannot, will be missing your colony. It means you come and a day later on, then you realize your population of bees have reduced. And you ask, where have they gone? They have not swarmed. These are just bees who got lost. They could not find their memory back, and then they become prey for other insectivore insect, and maybe they will die if it rains, and your population reduce. And when the population reduce, it becomes now more vulnerable to survive, and you can practically lose practically this colony. So that's why they said that this is one of the diseases which is also contributing to colony losses in the honeybee. So among the drivers of this disease, you have immunosuppressive of the bee by virus pathogen, and the bees become more receptive and more weak, and they easily die through this disease. We have also the use of pesticide. All these pesticides we are using now in agriculture are contributing in weakening the colony, weakening the immunity system, and all that give a pathway to this disease to really emerge. With everything that's happening with climate change, deterioration of habitat, bees are not getting the appropriate quality food which they wanted in the environment, and then they have to now rely on very poor quality protein from the pollen and the nectar. This is present in the African honeybee, most wild and domesticated one. The deformed wing virus is the most virulent, and it can affect more than 50% of the colony. So most of these white colony, the disease is more spread through swarming of these domesticated colony, and when also they come in contact. So there is really need to request beekeeper to promote colonies with more good hygienic behavior and more good grooming behavior to try to reduce the varroa mite load in the colony, not to eradicate the disease, but to reduce the varroa mite load in the colony, which can also be a way to control this disease. There's no proper medication against the deformed wing virus, but there are many products people are using to control the varroa mite. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to our three speakers. We had the presentation on the general principles of disease management, and we had two examples on the root causes and drivers and how to manage the diseases, with cases in rabies and in bees. I hope we've been noting down our questions, because now we have a discussion session. And I would like to open the floor for discussions. Very good. I see the hands coming up. Okay. So, why don't we do this? Let's take the first 4 questions. Here's your opportunity to shoot your hand up again. Okay. We start with Algeria, DRC, and then shout your name. Sorry? Okay. Okay. We go here, here, there, and then the fourth question from Ghana, and then we'll go down again. Please address your question to the speaker that you would like to answer your question. Thank you. So, start with you.
Merci. J'ai une question pour Dr Claude Sabeta et une petite question concernant l'apiculture. Alors, pour la rage, et ça m'intéresse énormément, pour la détection d'un cas de rage dans la faune sauvage, est-ce que vous le détectez suite à une surveillance simple passive ou est-ce que vous faites, bien sûr, la rage. Ma deuxième question concernant l'apiculture, vous avez parlé d'une exportation du miel dans différents pays africains. Ma question, est-ce qu'on a le même statut sanitaire dans le continent africain? Merci.
DRC.
Merci. Ma question s'adresse à Dr Lynn White, mais je pense que c'est une question qui pourra intéresser tous les intervenants de tout à l'heure. C'est par rapport aux outils, aux outils de contrôle ou de gestion des maladies. Je prends l'exemple de ce que Lynn a parlé sur la gestion des carcasses. J'aimerais, sur le plan pratique, on a souvent des difficultés pour savoir quel type de destruction des carcasses qu'il faut utiliser. Est-ce que l'enfouissement, est-ce que l'incinération, tout ça. Alors, je voudrais savoir si il existe des outils, donc des fiches qui sont très claires, qui démontrent, par exemple, la profondeur du trou, qui détermine l'espèce en question, pour que quand on est sur terrain, que nous puissions aussi être efficaces pour aider les partenaires qui gèrent, qui font des élevages de faune sauvage, surtout les mammifères primates. Et c'est la même question aussi pour, en ce qui concerne la vaccination. Est-ce que il faut-il vacciner ou pas dans les aires protégées? À quelle fréquence? Nous sommes souvent invités à ce genre de problèmes. Nous avons besoin de protocoles, on a besoin des outils sur ce genre de choses. Et c'est pareil aussi pour ce qui concerne les abeilles. Nous avons des abeilles qui migrent dans les aires protégées. On ne sait pas ces abeilles, si ce sont des abeilles importées. Est-ce que l'impact sur... Et ces abeilles peuvent devenir envahissantes pour les autres espèces d'abeilles dans nos aires protégées, ainsi de suite. Merci pour la question, pour la parole.
Thank you. We have a question from Benin. Please, may I request us to keep our questions brief and to the point, so that we have enough time for question and answer. Thank you.
Ok, merci. Ma première question s'adresse au docteur qui parlait d'enfouissement des carcasses. Et elle demandait qu'on pouvait faire aussi du compostage. Bon, je me demande, le compostage va servir à quoi? Parce que c'est des espèces qui sont atteintes, des individus atteints d'une maladie. On demande encore comme méthode de contrôle ou bien d'atténuation le compostage. La deuxième intervention, c'est par rapport au docteur qui a parlé de la rage. Bon, je vous laisse. Et dans son intervention, il dit que le meilleur outil pour éradiquer, c'est la vaccination. surtout les chiens domestiques. Bon, il y a une, si ce n'est pas au Sénégal, nous ne retrouvons plus en Afrique de l'Ouest. Bon, je voulais savoir, est-ce que des études ont été menées dans ce sens pour savoir pourquoi l'extinction de cette espèce se fait remarquer? Est-ce que c'est la rage ou bien est-ce qu'il y a autre maladie qui peut expliquer l'extinction de cette espèce de carnivore? Bon, voilà. Et maintenant, pour finir, concernant les abeilles, dans la présentation, je n'ai pas vu le renforcement de capacité des apiculteurs, parce que quand un apiculteur reçoit malade et autres, bon, je n'ai pas senti le renforcement de capacité des apiculteurs dans sa présentation. Merci.
Yes, so my question goes to Dr. Lin. Anyway, thank you for the nice presentation. And it's on dispersal of wildlife and then density reduction. I've done some bat works in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, in Ghana, and I'm sure in many cities in Africa, we have bats that are roosting in city centers. With the outbreak of Ebola, because bats have been blamed to get rid of these bats that dwell in cities. And that is a big problem because conservationists also stand to want to protect these species. And so there is this problem between what conservationists want and what epidemiologists and people who want to prevent disease from spreading to humans also want. And with your presentation, I want to believe that maybe in the American setting, it could be quite different from the African setting. And as you said, in the African context, and we have specialists here, and this is a discussion. Though the presentation was on carnivores, I want to ask a question. What is the experience of vaccinating primates? Is it the use of vaccines that are meant for dogs, or is the use of human anti-rabies vaccines? So the experts here could advise. Thank you very much.
Okay, we start with the answers from Leanne, and then we can move to Dr. Sabeta and finally to Dr. Kiatoko.
Okay, so there were a couple of questions from several people about management of carcasses. So it really does depend on the pathogen and the disease as well as the species, what methods or what the most appropriate method would be. We do try to cover this in the manual. If I had the manual up here with me, I could tell you specifically which pages. But I've also found a lot of good material, and in fact, what I put in the manual came from various websites from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So they have a lot of good literature about how deep carcasses need to be buried if you're doing decomposition below the ground, or if you're trying to bury them like with wood chips and things on top for decomposition. So I definitely would recommend checking answers. I wish there were. We have very similar issues in the U.S. for pretty much all of the wildlife diseases that we're trying to manage. Did you want to add anything, Dan? Okay.
Yes, thanks for those questions, colleagues. The first question was from our colleague from Algeria. We asked about whether we detect rabies easily. So this is a program that is coordinated or done through the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. If there are animals that are showing symptomatology similar to rabies or they are found dead, they are recommended to submit these specimens to 2 diagnostic laboratories. One, the Agricultural Research Council at Ondeseput, as well as the pathology lab where my colleague, Yohan, is best, and tests can be done. So it's a coordinated program, and every month or every so often we have to send results back to the department for collation. I'm not sure whether I answered your question. Okay? Thank you. The second question was on vaccination. Should we vaccinate in the protected areas and at what frequency? I think this was from the colleague from DRC. I think the first prize is to target domestic dogs. That way, we break the cycle between dogs and wildlife. If there is further need, then one can go into wildlife. But I think the first prize is to eliminate or vaccinate a certain percentage of domestic dogs so that there is no spillover into the protected areas. That's what I would suggest. I don't want us to start going into the wildlife without having taken care of the domestic dogs, which is the main reservoir. The third question, I didn't get it clearly. It was from a colleague from Benin, where you talked about extinction of a certain species, but you were not sure what could have been responsible for this. Is that the question?
Je disais tantôt, est-ce que si pour éradiquer la rage, il faut la vaccination totale au niveau des chiens domestiques? Bon, je voulais demander, est-ce que, en tant qu'expert, vous avez une idée de l'extinction de l'Icaon en Afrique, bon, disons au niveau des aires protégées, parce que quand on est aujourd'hui, c'est seulement dans le parc Nyokolokoba qu'on a encore quelques individus. Dans les autres parcs, on ne rencontre plus cette espèce. Je voulais savoir, de par vos expériences, est-ce que la rage peut faire partie des causes de son extinction dans nos aires protégées? C'était ma préoccupation. Merci.
Okay, thanks for your question again, for clarifying that aspect. I think in the absence of specimens to test and confirm, it would be very difficult for us to categorically say that it could have been rabies. But perhaps if there were specific clinical signs that had been observed, and then we could try to correlate, but without any specimens, any laboratory confirmation, I think it's really difficult.
Thank you. And you have some more responses?
There's one last one.
Okay.
About the experience of vaccinating primates. Not much experience, but from what I know, wildlife responds to inactivated rabies vaccines. At times, you may give them one vaccination dose. They don't go over the cutoff value, but then 21 days, because you have to vaccinate, collect a blood sample 30 days and see whether there's any humoral response. If there is no humoral response, then you have to give a second dose. And normally at that point, it will seroconvert. So yes, primates can seroconvert. I think those were my questions.
Thank you. And then we move to the big questions to Dr. Kiatoko.
Okay, thank you, Liliane. Je vais commencer d'abord avec la dame d'Algérie, concernant si nous avons le même statut sanitaire. C'est vraiment une bonne question. Normalement, nous n'avons pas le même statut sanitaire. Et c'est pour cela, au niveau de l'Afrique, on se dit, peut-être nous devons redéfinir nos standards. Même quand nous parlons de l'exportation sur base des propriétés physico-chimiques, quand vous regardez par exemple les standards de l'Europe qui ont été établis là-bas et vous regardez à ce que nous avons ici du point de vue différentes zones apicoles, vous sentez qu'il y a vraiment une différence. Ce qui signifie peut-être qu'il faut redéfinir pratiquement quels sont les standards qu'il faut pour l'Afrique. Mais sur le plan sanitaire, nous n'avons pas les mêmes statuts sanitaires. Ouais. Pour la RDC, ça c'est vraiment une très bonne question. Il n'y a pas de frontières pour les abeilles parce que vous ne pouvez pas mettre les abeilles en quarantaine parce qu'elles volent. Et ce qui manque surtout dans beaucoup de nos pays, c'est de faire des inventaires de la diversité des espèces que nous avons. Beaucoup de nos pays ne peuvent pas vous dire quelles sont peut-être les races qu'il y en a. Et ce que nous savons actuellement de certaines données que nous avons pu récolter, il y a certains pays en Afrique où on trouve
des espèces qui sont pratiquement, disons, des races qui sont en quelque sorte des races nouvelles. Ça veut dire que ça n'a jamais été reporté dans le passé. Et la grande question qu'il faut se poser, est-ce qu'il y a eu un cas d'introduction? Si oui, par qui? Et ce qui signifie que quelque part, au niveau de nos frontières, il n'y a pas de suivi qui se font. Alors, quand nous regardons aussi certaines autres données, il y a certaines espèces qui immigrent dans d'autres pays. Ça, nous avons eu ça par exemple en Éthiopie, où il y a d'autres espèces qui viennent d'autres pays qui commencent à s'installer en Éthiopie. Et la grande question, c'est au fait, quelles sont les conséquences que ça va avoir si les espèces, les autres races apis qui existaient. Ça, c'est aussi une grande préoccupation, qui au fait, la plupart de nos institutions doivent vraiment fournir un effort sur ça. Et un autre aspect peut-être que je vais vous dire, c'est lorsqu'il s'agit des espèces importées. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui commencent à introduire même des espèces, par exemple de bourdons, pour la pollinisation, par exemple, de cultures qui nécessitent ce que les anglophones appellent base pollination. Et ils les importent. Nous avons eu des cas, par exemple, nous avons associé dans la discussion avec d'autres compagnies qui voulaient introduire cela. Alors qu'il y a déjà des recherches qui ont montré que ces mêmes espèces introduites dans d'autres parties du code ont au fait contribué à transmettre des maladies qui sont des maladies au fait qui se transmettent aussi chez les abeilles Apis mellifera, qui sont pratiquement des mesures dont nos services pratiquement de contrôle doivent, et nos gouvernements doivent vraiment vigiler sur cela. Parce que ça a aussi causé au fait la propagation des maladies aux abeilles mellifères. Donc il y a vraiment beaucoup d'efforts qui doivent être faits à ce niveau-là, au niveau des inventaires, au niveau des contrôles, tout ça c'est quelque chose qui doit être fait, mais c'est ce qui manque dans beaucoup de nos pays. Je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu à votre question. Pour le Bénin, la dame du Bénin, effectivement, madame, oui. Le renforcement des capacités des apiculteurs, oui, c'est quelque chose qu'il faut faire, mais actuellement, il y a une grande question que nous devons essayer d'apporter les connaissances modernes de l'apiculture, les types de riches, ainsi de suite, qui, au fait, à la longue, les apiculteurs se sont plaints qu'au fait, ce n'était pas propice pour eux. Ça veut dire qu'il y a parfois des types de riches qui ont dit que non, ça, en tout cas, ça ne marche pas pour nous. On a des faibles taux de colonisation et les colonies, au fait, acceptent ça difficilement. En Afrique de l'Ouest, je vais vous dire, par exemple, que quand nous utilisons la riche Langstroth, on a difficile d'avoir la colonie stocker les miels dans la hausse de la riche. Ils préfèrent plus des riches horizontales de type kenyan. Donc, c'est une approche que nous devons, au fait, réfléchir quel genre de formation que nous devons donner aux apiculteurs. Parce que quand vous regardez nos apiculteurs, au fait, ils ont parfois des riches traditionnels ou des techniques traditionnelles qu'ils ont, qui offrent l'image. Et même quand il s'agit de prolifération des maladies, vous avez moins de problèmes, par exemple, de maladies dans les colonies par rapport aux riches importés. Donc tout ça, ce sont des aspects que nous avons commencé à regarder actuellement au niveau du Kenya. Et nous pensons que c'est cette approche que nous devons voir aussi dans beaucoup de pays africains. Quel genre d'apiculture que nous devons vraiment apprendre pratiquement à nos apiculteurs. Je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu à votre question. Merci.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for questions. Maybe just one more burning question because we really have to close this session. We have several groups going for lunch and our between 1 and 2. So, only. Okay, look, here's what we're going to do. Please write down your questions. Please write down your questions, and we will give them to the respective speakers. And then if we can see, in the interest of time, we cannot take the questions at this point in time. But please sit with the experts at lunch, buy them a beer later on, and also that can help you get your questions answered. Let's have just one announcement for logistics, and then we go for lunch.
Thank you, Lillian. We have coupons for lunch. You can pick from the
Si vous avez un petit peu de temps.
Thank you. Dr. Claude, you have another question? Over to you.
There is one question on why some animals did not seroconvert. And I would assume that it's just to do with the uptake of the vaccine. Perhaps they didn't take enough for seroconversion. And it's not unusual, even when you vaccinate domestic dogs and cats, we find that at least about 2.5% of them just do not seroconvert. For whatever reason it is, I'm not sure. But there's always a small population that doesn't respond positively. Then there is a question of, there's a lot of controversy on use of vaccine in free-ranging wildlife, where rabies vaccination was associated with mortalities of wild dogs. I have to understand what types of rabies vaccine was used, because some of these vaccines, the inactivated one or the modified live vaccines, the one that I talked about today, a double mutation was done for it to be safe and not to revert to virulence. And they have been pre-tested already in an animal model. So I would have to be informed by Dr. Gakuya what exact rabies vaccination or vaccine was used. Put into cognizance the large diversity of wildlife carnivore species in African rangelands, how does one ensure that the targeted species consume the baited vaccines? I think that small table with experimental results where I showed the attractant, you know which attractant to put your oral bait or to package your bait, that will determine which species will literally pick up the vaccine. But it's a good question because there may be non-targets. I know the study that was done by Professor Koppel. There were other wildlife that actually took up the vaccine, but the majority were actually in the targeted group. Then this one is in French, perhaps my...
The vaccination for the wild fauna, is it accessible for most of the country, developing country?
Okay, does vaccination for wildlife, is it accessible to low-resource countries?
And how do we proceed for vaccination of bat against
the same question that Dr. Leon was asked about, how do you access bats for vaccination? Well, in Africa, fortunately or unfortunately, we have not identified classical rabies virus in bat species. And that's the most public health important Lissa virus. So what we found in Africa is, not Mokola, actually, Duvenag, Lagos bat, Shimoni. So those are of low public health importance. So I think we should literally worry more, spend most of our resources on classical dog rabies, which has public health significance. Okay. I think I've dealt with some, but not all. I think I'll talk to you later. There's one question that we'll talk to later. The first one. Yeah. Okay. That's all from
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kuba, you have another question? Ok, good. Donc, nous allons faire un banc pour l'ensemble de nos 3 présentateurs. Allez. Ok, donc ainsi prend fin les 2 premières sessions, très bien modérées par Dr. Liliane. Un banc pour elle également. Ok, donc nous allons aborder la dernière session de ce premier jour et cette session est consacrée à des partages d'expériences. Et tout à l'heure, au moment de la pause café, nous avions procédé à l'identification des nouveaux points focaux, également les plus anciens. Donc cette session
vraiment consacré à ce partage d'expérience. Les anciens sont vraiment appelés à partager ce qu'ils ont comme expérience aux nouveaux. Également, il y a de nouveaux aussi expérimentés. Ils peuvent également partager leur expérience suivant les événements auxquels ils ont eu à gérer. Et durant cette session, nous allions écouter 3 présentations. Le docteur Joseph va nous entretenir sur comment l'épidémie d'anthrax ou bien le foyer d'anthrax a été géré en République de Malawi au niveau de la faune sauvage. Certes, il y a des points forts, mais également il y a des points faibles. Et sa présentation va faire ressortir l'ensemble de ces éléments. Et vous pourriez éventuellement apporter aussi vos contributions, ce qui a marché, ce qui n'a pas marché, ce qui devrait être fait. Et également le rôle de tout un chacun dans la gestion de ce foyer. Et la deuxième présentation sera faite par le docteur Mohamedou du Sénégal, qui va nous entretenir sur la gestion de l'épidémie d'influençation. Je ne sais pas si docteur Julius est là, de la Tanzanie. Ok, donc on ne la fera pas. Donc en lieu et place, nous allons vous inviter vraiment à partager vos expériences en matière de gestion de foyers de maladies zoonotiques. Et la troisième et dernière présentation, non pas dernière, la troisième présentation sera faite par le docteur Mounir du Maroc, et elle va nous entretenir également sur un foyer de maladies au niveau de la faune sauvage. Il s'agit de l'échinococose au niveau des primates non humains. Et après ces 3 présentations, nous allions faire des échanges et nous prendrons par la suite la pause café et nous allons revenir encore pour écouter une dernière présentation qui sera faite par le point focal faune sauvage du Cameroun, qui, elle, va nous entretenir également sur l'expérience que le Cameroun a en matière de gestion de monkeypox, qui est une zoonose d'actualité. Et elle va nous entretenir sur cette pathologie et également nous allions échanger autour de cette pathologie. Donc, sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole au premier présentateur, Dr Joseph, qui va nous entretenir sur le foyer d'anthrax que le Malawi a mis au niveau de la faune sauvage. Dr Joseph, alors, over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. This will be very brief. I'm sure I'll be over before you start sleeping. What I just wanted to share here is not really much about the anthrax itself, even though I do have some details on that, but it is just on how Malawi handled its first ever outbreak of anthrax. And we really use the One Health approach. So basically I brought these pictures in just to show the interaction between livestock, the environment, the human beings, and the wildlife. And in our case, the animals affected were just the hippos. Right. So our first ever outbreak of anthrax occurred in Malawi, occurred in Rwanda National Park, which is really just down there at the south of Lake Malawi. And that national park is operated under a private-public partnership with African Parks, right? And there are 3 districts around the national park and covers an area of 580 square kilometers. And we have the biggest river that drains, the only river that drains our lake. 27 kilometers of it is through the national park. It's wire fenced, electric wire fenced. And we have lots of wildlife, especially the elephants. They're really, and I think about 3 years ago we moved the largest number. They said it's the biggest number of elephants to be translocated in the world.
Joseph, just a second. There seems to be a problem with the translation of the word anthrax. Anthrax en français c'est charbon bactéridien ou fièvre charbonneuse. Pas rage, hein? On ne parle pas de rage ici. Donc c'est charbon bactéridien. Monsieur le traducteur ou interprète? Sorry, Joseph, please continue.
Okay. Thank you so much. And recently, about a year or so ago, we brought in wild dogs, I think from South Africa. Unfortunately, and they were doing extremely well. Unfortunately, within a few days, about a month ago, they all died. We think they had an access to some all right. So that was just a setting. So like I said, for the first time ever we experienced, or at least we confirmed at that point in November 2018, the first ever case of anthrax and occurring in hippos, like I said, and the mortalities were reported, the Department of Parks and Wildlife reported to us or noticed unusually high mortality of hippos on the 10th of October, but they did not come to us at that point because that's when they noticed the unusually high mortality, but the 1 or 2 dying before that, which was normal for them. And by the 29th of November, after they reported to us, we put up a surveillance system. So there's already a total of 28 deaths. And by the 9th of December, which is like 11 days later, there were 38, 45, and by mid-January, there was a total of 48 hippos that had died because now at this point, they were doing proper surveillance. And like I said, there is Luonde National Park, and to the west there is 1 district, to the north and then the southeast there. So we have Balaka, Machinga, and then the north. Can we move to the next one? Right? Okay, I will not talk about this except that this was part and parcel of what we developed in the end so that we bring about, we sensitize the general public, and that it is a serious zoonotic disease, and it's an AOA listed disease. Can we move to the next one? Now, in terms of transmission, right, what we found out is it's typically not, this one, typically not spread from animal to animal, from person to person, but it goes through the spores and then there is consumption of those spores. Now, what we have here is exactly what we saw in the lab when we prepared a slide. So largely not even the spores per se the sporulated. This is from another picture, but that one, right? So basically, if the spores are inhaled or ingested by an animal, or they enter through cuts in the skin, then they germinate and cause disease. Now, because the blood of infected animals sometimes fails to clot, you end up with, the blood leaking from the body orifices, and typically is black. And in carnivores and humans, they can become infected by eating the meat from an infected animal. This we're typically using it to train people, but also for people to really understand, so that you understand the transmission and understand. Remember, we're dealing with a whole population, and what we found out, we'll talk about it later, is that even though everyone in the Ministry of Health basically had no clue what anthrax was, they had never seen it, not even a picture. They relied on us to sit down there and talk about anthrax and what to do, right? So we went through this on, like the three types of diseases that come from anthrax. And so if you are exposed, if it's a broken skin, you have typically the sores there. If you inhale, you have the pulmonary form, and then if you eat, you have the gastrointestinal form. So that's what you have there, the cutaneous form, which is the most common one with people when they handle those cases. Gastrointestinal or abdominal form when they do get to eat, and then the inhalation or pulmonary form when you inhale. And over 95% of cases are typically cutaneous. This is just not in Malawi, but something we got on the internet. I think it had occurred in one of the Southern African countries. So the public health risk. Okay, I hope this is the correct one, right? Like I said, the different potential types of diseases, and then the pulmonary form one is also what is called the Wool-Sotters disease, because the spores are inhaled, and then that's the most severe form of the disease. Typically in animals, and that's what we saw. So when the hippos were dying upstream, right inside the park, they were being washed down the river, and we have a barrage. And so some carcasses were actually found on that barrage, and so the park owners were coming in to remove these carcasses and bury somewhere else, and we had advised them to bring lime, so that as they bury, they would be using layers of lime. At that point, we really discouraged them from burning the carcasses. I'll not go through the actual clinical science of the disease in animals, but you can have the acute form, pre-acute form, and the subacute forms. Like I said, if you do see it in livestock, you see blood oozing from orifices because blood fails to clot to
to the disease. In terms of lab diagnosis, this is one of the diseases that should be handled in a BSL-3 lab, but our lab is a BSL-2, so we started handling the case whilst we suspected, but with a very low index, we thought we shouldn't take it up to the other labs first, so we handled it. And then when we saw the case, we then took it up with the Public Health Institute of Malawi, which is a reference lab, and a BSL-3. But that was me there with right inside the park, very, very far, with a lab technologist. I think we had our masks. That was a decomposed carcass there, and all we did was took our swabs, still managed to swab in 1 or 2 places, and took some water because the river is just passing by those reeds there, some water underneath. And those are the samples we collected and utilized in the lab, and that's what we got there. So samples must be collected very, very carefully in order to not contaminate the environment as you go. Like here, we had to use a helicopter to get right inside there. There are no roads at all. Right? And blood samples from relatively fresh carcasses, will contain large numbers of the Bacillus anthracis, which can be viewed under the microscope, or you can culture, right? Or also use the PCR as we've learned. So how did we manage the outbreak? So what we did when we strongly suspected at our initial investigation in the field, and the following day we did in the lab and saw the picture there, I took the samples to our reference lab, which is in the Ministry of Health. We work very, very closely together, and their lab is a BSL-3. So they also quickly did a test, and when they also found out that it was anthrax, I must admit, when I got there, I warned the person. We hadn't said anything, but I warned. They'd never seen anthrax, they'd never diagnosed it, so we had to indicate, be careful, because it may be. And they did the appropriate tests and confirmed. Immediately after confirming that it was anthrax, they escalated it to the Minister of Health immediately. And on that day, we had the Minister of Health called for a meeting about this disease and called the army and the police. So we had the head of army, head of police, ourselves, Ministry of Health, Department of Parks and Wildlife, for a whole meeting to decide on how to move on handling that case. So basically, through that, we created and strengthened a local multi-sectoral team to handle that outbreak, and we determined, right, the magnitude of the anthrax outbreak as we moved from there. Right? And then we went down to the field to assess the outbreak in the local area, and we also develop a local capacity to be able to handle it. We immediately made a statement for the Minister of Health, so it came out immediately. I think it was like, we went out the following day. As we were out, the minister, we had to sit out there and make that draft that statement. The minister was on TV and radio making a press release, because at that point,
the officers in the Department of Parks and Wildlife were struggling with the community that is around the parks because they wanted to salvage these carcasses. But our health system is not prepared to handle that. So
then we came up with the teams that were composed of animal health, wildlife, and human health, right, experts. And in addition to that, we had the police at first, and later on the army. So, like I said, there was a press briefing by the Parks and Wildlife, followed by the Minister of Health, and then a One Health meeting was composed by this, and then there was a response plan. Time, right? There was a response plan, and we immediately came up with a fact sheet, and we went to the districts, all the districts, and conducted awareness meetings to ensure that there was no sale and consumption of bushmeat, which was banned totally at that point. And then we intensified surveillance. Workers in the park that had handled the carcasses before this was confirmed, they were actually put on medication, and then the defense force was put in place. And so what we ended up doing is having proper disposal of carcasses, and the premises were quarantined, and we conducted surveillance in the village. So animals in the area and the health facilities in the area, in case we start seeing the different diseases in the area. I must say, during this time of an outbreak, there were also outbreaks in countries around us, and I think every country reported at least human case or deaths, almost in all the countries around us. It is only in Malawi that we never recorded any human case, and not even in domestic animals. So we think we correctly approached it and controlled the disease using that One Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Très belle expérience. Ne vous inquiétez pas, vous aurez l'occasion une fois de plus de vous exprimer sur comment cette gestion s'est passée. Parce que moi, personnellement, j'ai noté 3 questions pour vous. Donc, je suis sûr que les autres participants ont des questions aussi à votre endroit. OK, merci beaucoup pour ce partage d'expérience. Ce que nous allons faire, nous allions suivre les 3 présentations et nous allions procéder par la suite aux échanges. Donc, j'invite Dr Mamadou Fall, qui est le point focal faune sauvage du Sénégal, et il va nous entretenir sur comment ils ont géré le foyer d'influenza aviaire hautement pathogène au niveau de la faune sauvage. C'était chez des pélicans, et certainement que vous serez plus édifiés et on pourra revenir pour échanger sur comment la gestion a été faite. Donc, Dr Fall, vous avez la parole.
Merci, cher monsieur et madame. Donc, c'est moi, Mohamedou Mokhtar Fall. Je suis le représentant de la direction des parcs nationaux au niveau du ministère de l'Environnement, du Développement durable et de la transition écologique au Sénégal. Donc, cet après-midi, je m'en vais vous faire l'économie de la présentation qui porte sur la gestion de l'influenza hautement pathogène dans le parc national des oiseaux de Djoudj au Sénégal en 2022. Pour rappel que la maladie est apparue pour la première fois l'année passée, en 2021. Donc cette présentation a été préparée en collaboration avec mes partenaires, comme le docteur commandant Ibrahim Mandaw, conservateur de Gumbel, et le point focal Babacar Ngorioum, conseiller technique de la direction. Donc le plan suivant a été adopté. Tout d'abord, nous allons faire la situation géographique du Sénégal. Ensuite, parler de potentiels sites à risque d'émergence de la maladie, la localisation du parc national des oiseaux de Djoudj, les circonstances d'apparition, le tableau clinique de la maladie, les données épidémiologiques, la gestion de l'épizootie, les difficultés et manquements, solutions et défis. Et ensuite, nous allons faire la conclusion. Donc ici, à travers cette carte, nous voyons la position du Sénégal ici. Donc ici, nous avons le flux de migration des oiseaux qui nous quittent vers le nord au niveau du paléo-arctique et afro-tropicaux, donc qui séjournent ici au Sénégal. Donc, ici, nous avons le réseau d'aires protégées géré par la direction des parcs nationaux et la direction des aires marines protégées. Nous voyons que l'ensemble, la majeure partie des aires protégées se trouve au niveau de la côte ouest du pays. Donc, en quittant le nord au niveau du parc national de Djoudj, en passant par le delta du Saloum, jusqu'au sud au niveau du parc national de la base Casamance. Donc la majeure partie de ces sites se trouve au niveau du littoral, excepté les deux grands parcs que sont le parc national de Niokolo-Koba, qui est au sud-est du pays, qui est l'un des plus grands parcs nationaux du Sénégal, et la réserve de faune du Ferlo Nord. Donc ces sites sont des sites potentiels à risque. Ici, nous avons la réserve de biosphère transfrontière du delta du fleuve Sénégal. Nous avons ici encerclé en rouge le parc national des oiseaux de Djoudj. Donc, c'est un parc qui est localisé au niveau de la commune de Diama, arrondissement de Ross-Béthio, dans le département de Dagana, et qui se trouve au niveau de la région de Saint-Louis. Donc, c'est un parc qui a une superficie de 20... C'est un parc qui a une superficie de 22 423 hectares, dont 16 000 hectares de noyau central. Le nichoir des pélicans a une superficie de 0,58 hectares. Donc c'est un parc qui est riche avec 325 espèces d'oiseaux et près de 2000 pélicans blancs reproducteurs au niveau du nichoir. Nous avons une interconnexion du parc avec celui du parc national de Djaoulin qui se trouve de l'autre côté de la Mauritanie. Ensuite, nous avons une connexion avec l'aire marine protégée de Saint-Louis et le réserve de Gumbel. Donc, il y a une connexion du parc avec les autres aires protégées. Donc, c'est un parc qui a 3 statuts. Donc, c'est un site Ramsar, zone humide d'importance internationale, site du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO et réserve de biosphère. Donc, circonstances d'apparition de la maladie. Cette période correspond à la grande migration transatlantique est des oiseaux migrateurs du paléo-arctique afro-tropicaux, séjour au delta du fleuve du Sénégal du mois de novembre au mois de mars. Ensuite, il y a une apparition de la grippe aviaire au niveau de la sous-région ouest africaine et en Europe. C'est aussi une période qui correspond avec la période de couvaison et d'éclosion et de croissance des juvéniles. Donc ici, nous avons une vie aérienne du nichoir. Donc avec la répartition des mortalités, nous voyons ici les pointillés en rouge qui consiste au décès juvénile à hauteur de 754. Ensuite, en violet, nous avons les décès adultes et quelques prédateurs en beige. Donc le nichoir est encerclé par un plan d'eau. En ce qui concerne le tableau clinique de la grippe aviaire, donc les oiseaux avaient une atteinte générale. Ils étaient aussi prostrés et avaient les yeux fermés. Il y a aussi une forte mortalité des juvéniles. Ici, au niveau de la cavité buccale, on a des insectes hématophages et au niveau du plumage. Ici, on a une entérite hémorragique. À l'autopsie, lorsqu'on a ouvert, on a vu qu'il y a une hypertrophie du foie et le poumon était congestionné. S'agissant des données épidémiologiques, donc il y a un cumul des cas depuis le 25 janvier au 21 mars 2022. Nous avons compté 1001 sujets infectés. Les mortalités étaient de 940, dont 98 juvéniles. La morbidité du foyer était de 57,2%. La mortalité était de 53,7%. La létalité durant le foyer était de 93,9%. Donc on a noté 2 cas confirmés par le laboratoire national d'élevage et de recherche vétérinaire près de la réserve de Gumbel. Donc chronologie des événements. Le 25 janvier 2022, on a constaté le début de mortalité des pélicans. Ensuite, comme mesure prise, donc il y avait un premier survol aérien par drone pour l'estimation des mortalités, 58 mortalités, dont 758 mortalités, dont 754 juvéniles et 4 adultes. Ensuite, le 31 janvier 2022, il y a une mobilisation d'une équipe mixte d'investigation composée de la direction des parcs et de la direction régionale des services de l'élevage de Saint-Louis. Le 1er février 2022, on a envoyé des prélèvements au niveau du laboratoire national d'élevage et de recherche vétérinaire de Dakar. Donc, comme mesure prise, nous avons pris ces mesures conservatoires, à savoir la suspension de la blague fluviale sur le marigot du Djoudj, la mobilisation de la brigade régionale d'hygiène de Saint-Louis pour les opérations de désinfection du nichoir. Ensuite, le 3 février 2022, il y a eu confirmation de l'influenza type A H5N1 par le laboratoire national d'élevage et de recherche vétérinaire de Dakar. Ensuite, il y a une prise d'APDI par le gouverneur de la région de Saint-Louis, donc avec la suspension de la chasse et fermeture des parcs et réserves de la région au public. En ce qui concerne la gestion de l'épizootie, il y a 2 niveaux. Il y a le niveau central et le niveau opérationnel. Le niveau central, nous avons 3 axes.
Docteur Fall, il vous reste 2 minutes.
OK. Le niveau central, nous avons la coordination, la mobilisation de financement, et ensuite, il y a les opérations de terrain pour le contrôle. Au niveau opérationnel, nous avons 4 axes. Il s'agit de la coordination, la mobilisation de financement, les opérations de contrôle et la communication et la sensibilisation. Les difficultés, c'est lié au fonds. Il y a une absence de fonds d'urgence. Il y a aussi l'insuffisance de formation des agents sur les mesures de biosécurité, la mobilité dans le parc avec les plantes envahissantes, le milieu qui est très humide. Il y a aussi une barrière linguistique. Comme solution, nous avons la mise en place de fonds d'urgence pour la gestion des risques sanitaires. Donc ces fonds doivent être opérationnels. Ensuite, poursuivre la restauration des habitats. Les défis, c'est éviter l'endémicité de la maladie, mettre en place un dispositif de surveillance inter-État entre le Sénégal et la Mauritanie dans le cadre de la réserve de biosphère transfrontalier, identifier le ou les espèces impliquées dans l'introduction ou la propagation du virus, appropriation de tous les professionnels de la région de l'approche One Health. Ensuite, les opérations de gestion, nous avons l'investigation, les prélèvements, la désinfection, la gestion des cadavres, l'enfouissement et l'incinération. Ici, c'est le site d'enfouissement qui a été identifié ici. Parce qu'à l'intérieur du parc, dans toutes ces zones, on ne pouvait pas creuser. Parce qu'à quelques mètres, la nappe était affleurante. Donc ça, c'est les campagnes de sensibilisation au niveau des écoles, au niveau des maisons. En conclusion, nous avons résumé quelques facteurs clés. Nous avons l'approche One Health qui a été un facteur clé dans la gestion de la maladie. Parce qu'au Sénégal, depuis 2017, on a priorisé 6 zoonoses et la grippe aviaire en fait partie. Donc l'alerte précoce donnée par le gestionnaire du site était important. La rapidité d'exécution des premières investigations, le délai de réponse du laboratoire qui est de 48 heures a été vraiment déterminant. La communication officielle du gouverneur a été aussi déterminant. Les premières mesures conservatoires, la réactivité aussi de certains partenaires techniques et financiers, la FAO ECTAT et l'Association des sages et tirs du Sénégal, qui ont vraiment appuyé en matériel et logistique, l'implication de la population locale dans la gestion du foyer, l'application de mesures de biosécurité dans la gestion des cadavres, la rapidité dans le ramassage des cadavres, c'est-à-dire on évite la dispersion par les prédateurs, la communication et la sensibilisation à travers un groupe WhatsApp One Health. Donc, on va remercier quelques partenaires, à savoir le secrétaire permanent du Haut Conseil de sécurité sanitaire mondiale One Health, le ministère de l'élevage et des productions animales, le ministère de l'Environnement, du Développement durable et de la Transition écologique, le ministère de la Santé, le ministère de l'Intérieur, le laboratoire national, les partenaires techniques et financiers, le comité One Health de Saint-Louis. Donc, merci beaucoup de votre aimable attention.
Merci bien, Dr Fall. Il y a beaucoup de choses à dire, mais nous sommes tenus de rester dans le temps et je pense que nous allions beaucoup plus prioriser les échanges. Donc, certainement qu'à travers les questions, nous allions revenir sur comment ces foyers ont été gérés. Donc, sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole au docteur Mounir du Maroc pour sa présentation. Et cette présentation porte sur la gestion d'un foyer d'échinococose au niveau des primates non humains. Docteur Mounir. Du Maroc? OK. Déjà, à travers ces deux présentations, il y a beaucoup de choses qui ont été faites. Dr Fall a relevé des insuffisances et je souhaiterais que lors des échanges, nous reviennions sur ce qui a marché, qu'est-ce qui aurait pu être fait. Voilà, donc, Dr Mounir, ouverture.
Whatever is this, are we talking English? Are we seeing? Okay. Yeah. En anglais, it's okay. Ouais. English. So thank you, Chair. Please allow me to make the kickoff of this presentation. The topic will be Echinococcus and non-human primates. And I'm Mounir Khaili. epidemiologist, and I'm working for the National Office of Food Safety. And I belong also to the most preserved community of the focal point. This morning, I know that I was the oldest one from the group. So, but my presentation will be like that. I will talk precisely on a case report and what preventive measures have been taken in place. But before expanding on this, I will start talking with on the disease and the host. The cystic echinocosis is a parasitic disease caused by Echinococcus granulosus. It is very endemic in the Mediterranean area, and it's one of the major neglected zoonosis in the region. In Morocco, the sorry. What's the spotlight? In Morocco, in the map, we can show the red zone. This is the Middle Atlas, and this region is a hotspot for cystic echinocosis, where it showed the highest prevalence in the country, both in human and animals. And we estimate that human prevalence is about 12% almost so, and for animals it's about 33%. What about the host? The Mago monkey is being endemic in this area, and it would be highly exposed to the disease. This is explained by the grazing system for small ruminants in the area, and the habit you use also for forest area. The dog is the definitive host of the parasites, and free roaming dogs are usually showing in this forest. Well, for the lesion table, there is a presence of hundreds of double edatic cysts, and the membrane containing a transparent liquid under pressure in the abdominal cavity. There is absence of internal organs following most likely to post-mortem predation by a carnivore, maybe a dog, maybe a fox. Sorry, the bullet point shouldn't be there. There's just a paragraph. So it's in the light of these results and the histoanatomopathological examination of the lesion, we established that this kind of lesion is oriented toward an infestation by Echinococcus granulosus. Molecular analysis can determine the causal strain, possibly circulating in wildlife in the Moroccan context, but unfortunately we couldn't do it. The WOHA reference laboratory of echinocosis was spotted in Morocco, just in the upper floor of my office. But we lost this official status because the person in charge have been retired, and there is no backup have been expected. So we couldn't make the molecular analysis. So as you can see, this is a one health topic, and the disease is not only one of the most devastating parasitic diseases in humans, but it is also very difficult and expensive to treat and to prevent in Morocco, and we estimate that there is an annual average of 1,600 surgeries that have been performed in the Moroccan hospitals. the burden of the disease is very huge, and on average of $2,500 are estimated as direct cost of medical care per patients, including surgery and post-surgery medical care. As I said before, in Morocco, annual incidence rate is about 12 persons for every 100,000 inhabitants. This discovery of our surveillance, our wildlife surveillance system highlights the important role that wildlife could play in the transmission of the disease, especially in the epidemiologic context of the Middle Atlas. Also, it suggests the need to include the wildlife link in the measures taken for the prevention and control of the disease, but also the conservation of the mago monkey in Morocco, because up to now we just focus on domestic dogs for preventive actions. And for awareness regarding the population. Now another species and that comes out, it's the mago monkey, and there is a serious conservation issue that should be included. So about preventive measures taken are mainly for intermediate hosts, small ruminants, development of slaughter structure, and fight against illegal logging, and control of public landfills. And for the definitive hosts and the accidental hosts, there is a stray dog population control, pest control for early dogs, public awareness and information and education, mainly for the pastoralists, which are we couldn't best connect and reach out this community. So we have to do some effort in awareness. I want to thank Dr. Latifa Sikli, my counterpart in the Forest Department, that discovered this case and notified it to draw our wildlife surveillance system. Professor Ikhlas Sababi from the vet school, who performed the post-mortem exam, and recently we get some useful info that in the same area 3 other mago monkey have been shown with distended abdomen. It's not linked to highlight. So thank you so much for your attention. So.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moulir. Bon, je vois que les gens ne sont plus dynamiques comme ce matin. Nous sommes à la 6e session de formation des points focaux, donc je vais compter par là. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ok, donc madame, vous allez nous réveiller juste un peu. Juste 30 secondes d'exercice physique. Allez, donc tout le monde debout. Donc, tout le monde vous suit. Ce que vous faites, tout le monde fait. Allez. Oui, ok, allez. Physical exercise. Allez, start. 1, 2, 3. Allez. Allez. 1, 2, 3.
D'accord, donc nous allions poursuivre. Il était prévu, après les 3 présentations, nous prenions la pause café. Mais comme il nous reste une présentation, nous allons boucler. Nous allons suivre la 4e présentation et après, nous aurions largement le temps de discuter et terminer la journée d'aujourd'hui. Donc, celle qui va venir, c'est le point focal du Cameroun et elle va nous entretenir sur l'expérience du Cameroun sur le monkeypox. Allez, docteur Oviva, over to you.
Merci pour la parole donnée. Le plan de ma présentation est le suivant. Je vais juste passer brièvement sur les généralités sur le monkeypox ou alors variole du singe et donner l'objectif des investigations ou alors de la gestion des deux épizooties que nous avons connus dans la faune sauvage. Parce qu'il y a eu d'autres épizooties, et en fait des épidémies, mais rattachées à la santé humaine. Et au Cameroun, on n'en a eu que 2 reconnus dans la faune sauvage. Après avoir présenté l'objectif de ces investigations, je vais également balayer la méthodologie qui a été utilisée dans les deux investigations, puis les résultats que nous avons obtenus de ces investigations-là et les recommandations que nous avons formulées à l'issue de ces investigations. Comme on le sait, la variole du singe est une maladie émergente, elle est zoonotique. Elle se caractérise par la fièvre et principalement les éruptions cutanées, mais surtout, ce qui est caractéristique, c'est au niveau des paumes des mains, des plantes des pieds et au visage. Ça, c'est assez pathognomonique. Elle ressemble cliniquement à la variole humaine qui a déjà été éradiquée. Le virus responsable, c'est le monkeypox virus. Il est un virus à ADN et il est de la famille des poxviridae, genre orthopox virus. Ces images que j'ai mises, c'était juste pour que vous ayez un aperçu de comment est-ce que cela pourrait se présenter. Comme je l'ai dit, le visage est vraiment une partie caractéristique où quand on en retrouve, on a une forte suspicion de monkeypox. Là, c'est un bref historique. La première isolation, c'est celui des singes captifs au Danemark en 1958. Ensuite, la première identification humaine, c'est en RDC en 1970. Par après, on a identifié 2 génotypes reconnus comme du bassin du Congo et puis de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Mais beaucoup plus, on a tendance à ne plus utiliser ces appellations-là, mais beaucoup plus clade 1 et clade 2. 1 pour bassin du Congo et puis 2 pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Comme je l'ai précédemment dit, au Cameroun, on a successivement eu des épidémies depuis 1976. Mais c'est juste en 2014 et 2016 que j'ai marqué en rouge où on a eu des cas rattachés directement à la faune sauvage. Toujours les généralités, la transmission, c'est par contact étroit, consommation ou manipulation de gibier contaminé par voie respiratoire. Et dans le cas des humains également, il y a une possibilité de contamination à travers les vêtements et la literie d'un patient atteint de variole du singe. Les animaux susceptibles de réservoir, les primates, qu'ils soient humains ou non humains, sont susceptibles de contracter la variole du singe. Également, on a les fourmiliers, les hérissons, les chiens de prairie, les écureuils, les musaraignes et autres rongeurs. Mais pour le moment, on n'a pas encore pu, en fait, les animaux domestiques tels que les chiens, les chats, ne sont pas susceptibles, ils n'entrent pas dans la liste des animaux susceptibles vis-à-vis de la variole du singe. Le réservoir, pour le moment, il n'est pas encore clairement identifié, mais les rongeurs sont fortement incriminés. L'objectif général des investigations que nous avons eu à mener en 2014 et 2016, c'était de faire justement une investigation épidémiologique des cas suspects de variole de singe au sein de la faune sauvage et prendre les premières mesures permettant d'éviter sa propagation. Spécifiquement, il était question de prendre des commémoratifs sur la situation générale du sanctuaire et les mesures conservatoires. Évaluer l'ampleur de la maladie et déterminer les risques de transmission de l'animal à l'homme et les personnes exposées. Réaliser une autopsie et prélever les chimpanzés morts. Enfin, identifier la source potentielle du virus. Concernant l'épisode de 2014, qui a eu lieu dans le sanctuaire de Sangagnon, dans la région du centre au Cameroun, l'équipe était constituée en partie des représentants du niveau central, et là on avait ceux venant de la direction des services vétérinaires appartenant au ministère de l'élevage, des pêches et des industries animales, les représentants de la direction de la lutte contre la maladie et les épidémies rattachés au ministère de la santé publique, les représentants de la direction des forêts et de la faune et des aires protégées rattachés au ministère des forêts et de la faune, ainsi que les responsables de l'ONG Global Viral Cameroun. Et enfin, au niveau local, nous avons eu l'appui des services locaux du MINEPIA et du MINFOF, ainsi que l'équipe du sanctuaire. En fait, là, c'est juste une image pour montrer à peu près les membres de l'équipe lors de cette investigation 2014. Bon, la méthodologie. Le lieu, c'est un arrondissement situé dans la région du centre, département de la Haute-Sanaga. Il est à peu près à 5h30 minutes de Yaoundé. La superficie, 90 hectares. La période de suspicion du début juillet 2014 et la mission s'est étalée du 7 juillet au 12 juillet 2014. Bon, les espèces concernées, c'était les chimpanzés. Il y en avait 72. Le nombre de malades, 6. Et les personnes exposées, notamment le personnel du sanctuaire, 24. Et une mortalité relevée au niveau des chimpanzés. Le déroulement de l'investigation proprement dite. Il y a d'abord eu, une fois sur place, la rencontre avec les autorités, histoire de leur briefer sur la maladie et sur les objectifs de la mission d'investigation. Et cela a été également fait avec les responsables des environnements, des arrondissements limitrophes. Par rapport, il y a eu l'enquête sur le site et cela a consisté en l'administration d'un questionnaire qui avait été au préalable préparé afin de retracer l'historique de l'apparition de la maladie. Bon, après, il y a eu des dispositions ont été prises, notamment la destruction de l'animal mort après autopsie et prélèvement du sang. Il y a une coquille du sang et des organes pour le diagnostic de laboratoire. La mise en quarantaine avec interdiction des visites des employés, sauf la directrice du sanctuaire, le superviseur et l'assistant vétérinaire. Application rigoureuse des mesures de biosécurité sur le site. Ensuite, l'observation. Il y a eu observation du sanctuaire. Comment est l'environnement, quels sont les signes cliniques visibles, identification des facteurs de risque, notamment la propagation de la maladie aux autres sujets. Est-ce qu'il y a des interactions avec les chimpanzés des autres enclos, entre les rongeurs? Et puis il y a également eu la sensibilisation des employés sur la variole du singe. Bon, les résultats obtenus de l'enquête, de l'observation, c'est principal. Après, bon, pour ce qui concerne l'évaluation du risque, on a noté que dans le sanctuaire, il y avait la présence de 2 chiens, un chat, mais qui n'avaient pas de contact direct avec les chimpanzés, mais plutôt avec le personnel du sanctuaire. Et bon, on a également noté que le personnel du sanctuaire, pour l'essentiel, vit dans la population environnante. Ça veut dire qu'ils viennent juste dans le sanctuaire pour travailler et puis ils retournent à l'extérieur. Bon, là, ce sont juste des images pour montrer un peu à quoi ressemblaient les enclos. Bon, le résultat de la description du sanctuaire, comme je l'ai dit, 6 chimpanzés malades se trouvaient dans le même enclos. Un premier a eu des symptômes, lésions nodulaires. 19 jours après, un deuxième chimpanzé a présenté des symptômes similaires. Et les 4 autres chimpanzés ont également successivement, à intervalle d'1 jour environ, présenté les mêmes symptômes. Il n'y a pas eu de cas humains identifiés parmi les personnes exposées. Et là, ce sont juste des images pour montrer un des cas ayant retrouvé la santé. Et la deuxième photo, c'est celle du cas de mortalité. Le laboratoire de l'ONG Global Viral Predict a confirmé la suspicion de monkeypox. Bon, l'enquête étiologique, elle visait à identifier la source d'infection. À cet effet, une hypothèse formulée avait été que le virus circulerait chez les rongeurs et autres petits mammifères de ce site. Pour le foyer de 2016, en Fou, dans la Meufou, c'est également dans la région du centre. Les coordonnées, coordonnées géographiques sont présentées. La superficie, ici, là, c'est plutôt 1000 hectares. La composition de l'équipe, comme précédemment, c'était niveau central. Et puis, une fois sur place, il y a eu l'équipe du sanctuaire qui a appuyé. Et la date, c'était le premier cas, voilà, le cas de mortalité a été signalé le 15 août 2016. Les espèces concernées, toujours les chimpanzés, nombre de personnes exposées, ceux travaillant dans le parc 22. Et la mortalité, ça c'est une erreur, il n'y a eu qu'une seule mortalité. Déroulement de l'investigation ici, c'était beaucoup plus... en fait, les mêmes étapes ont été respectées. Descente sur le terrain, rencontre avec les autorités, rencontre avec le personnel du sanctuaire et puis réalisation de l'autopsie. Bon, là, ce sont juste des images pour montrer comment l'autopsie avait été réalisée sur le chimpanzé en 2016. Des résultats, on a juste pu identifier que dans ce sanctuaire, il y avait des singes, des chimpanzés et des gorilles répartis dans 8 enclos pour les singes, 7 pour les chimpanzés et puis 3 pour les gorilles. La description de la situation du cas index, là, dans ce cas, il s'agissait d'une femelle âgée d'environ 10 ans, appartenant à un groupe de 22 dans un enclos. Aucun cas additionnel et le laboratoire du Centre de recherche pour la santé des armées a confirmé cette fois-ci que c'était l'orthopox virus humain. Bon, comme recommandation que les équipes d'investigation ont formulées après les descentes sur le terrain, c'était au ministère de l'élevage, des pêches et des industries animales de faire une notification officielle en urgence à l'OMSA, à la FAO, au Bureau interafricain des ressources animales de l'Union africaine, assurer le suivi des mesures prophylaxiques, sanitaires et médicales des chimpanzés du sanctuaire de Sangagnon en collaboration avec la directrice du dit sanctuaire. Au ministère de la Santé publique, il avait été recommandé de veiller au suivi sanitaire des personnes travaillant dans le sanctuaire et leurs familles en collaboration avec la directrice du dit sanctuaire, de conduire des actions de sensibilisation des populations riveraines à ce sanctuaire-là. Au gouvernement, c'était de mener à travers les points focaux une santé ministères reliés à la plateforme Une seule santé, d'effectuer donc une enquête épidémiologique à visée analytique afin de rechercher la source probable de la maladie. Depuis ces deux épisodes-ci, on n'a plus connu, ou alors du moins on n'a plus confirmé de cas dans la faune sauvage. Ce que nous faisons, c'est que lorsqu'il y a des épidémies qui surviennent chez les humains, et depuis, ça survient chaque année, on va investiguer dans ces lieux-là et on pose des pièges tout autour des domiciles, des cas confirmés. Et parfois, ça survient lorsqu'il y a eu des contacts avec la faune sauvage. On va souvent nous dire, le père est chasseur, il est allé en forêt, il a ramené à la maison un gibier qui présentait les lésions sur le visage, les paumes des mains et tout ça. Et les enfants ont joué avec. Et après, c'est comme ça qu'ils se sont contaminés. Mais lorsqu'on arrive sur place, on ne retrouve plus la carcasse, donc on ne peut plus faire des prélèvements et tout ça. Ce qu'on fait donc, c'est que tout autour de la maison, on pose des pièges et quand on nous indique l'endroit où est-ce qu'on a pu capturer ce gibier infecté...
2 minutes.
Oui, je finis. Ça va. On va également poser des pièges et on fait la capture des rongeurs afin de rechercher l'agent pathogène sur ces rongeurs fortement incriminés. Mais pour le moment, on doit dire qu'on n'a pas encore confirmé cela. Certainement, il faudrait étendre cette recherche au sein des rongeurs et aussi le fait que capturer les écureuils est très, très difficile. On envisage maintenant peut-être de passer de manière indirecte à travers leurs aliments, les noix de palme qu'ils laissent tomber, tout ça peut-être pour rechercher l'agent viral dans ces aliments et dans leur environnement. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Ok, merci Dr Oliva pour cette présentation. Donc nous sommes au terme des 4 présentations que nous devrions suivre cet après-midi. Nous allions passer maintenant aux échanges. Il était prévu de prendre la pause café et revenir échanger. Et si vous êtes d'accord avec moi, nous allions échanger tout le temps qu'on veut. Et après, on prendra la pause café. Ça sera la fin pour aujourd'hui. Et on se retrouvera demain matin. C'est bon, on peut procéder ainsi? Ok, donc un grand banc pour les 4 présentateurs. Et nous allions ouvrir une première liste de questions. C'est vrai qu'il y en aura beaucoup. Moi, déjà, j'ai 2 questions. Donc, la charité ordonnée commence par soi-même. Donc, je vais commencer. Pour Dr Joseph, j'ai 2 petites questions. Est-ce qu'il y a eu des mortalités d'autres espèces? C'est vrai que vous aviez présenté une image d'un bovin avec des signes assez évocateurs du charbon bactérien. Est-ce qu'en dehors des hippopotames, il y a eu d'autres espèces domestiques ou sauvages qui ont été touchées par le foyer de charbon bactérien? Voilà. Et la deuxième question, est-ce qu'il y a eu une investigation pour déterminer la source, le foyer primaire? Parce que quand on parle de charbon bactérien, il y a les champs maudits. Est-ce que vous aviez connu auparavant d'autres foyers de charbon bactérien pour pouvoir établir ce lien épidémiologique entre ce foyer et la mortalité des hippopotames? Merci. Donc, y a-t-il des questions pour l'ensemble des présentations? Donc, chaque présentateur note ses questions et après, on va vous passer la parole pour les éléments de réponse. OK. Monsieur Pascal?
Merci. Je voudrais, ma question concerne le premier présentateur, la Namibie. J'ai cru entendre dans la présentation que il y a une population de chiens sauvages qui ont été importés d'Afrique du Sud et qui sont tous morts par la suite. Voilà, je crois que c'est après cela que on a évoqué la maladie est apparue au niveau des hippopotames. Je voulais savoir s'il y a un lien qui a été établi entre les deux événements ou bien, voilà, si ce n'était pas le cas. Et la deuxième question aussi, je voudrais savoir si, à propos de la gestion des cadavres pour les hippopotames, vu que, disons, l'espèce est quand même assez liée à l'eau, est-ce qu'il y a eu... on s'est assuré véritablement que tous les cadavres ont été sortis de l'eau et qu'il n'y a pas eu de cadavres restés dans l'eau. Si on s'en tient un peu à la persistance de l'agent pathogène, je crois que c'est une interrogation qui mérite d'être posée. Merci.
Oui, le chat. Merci aux trois présentateurs. Et ma première question, c'est au Dr Joseph. Et je crois que ma première préoccupation a été prise par mon collègue de la Côte d'Ivoire, parce que nulle part nous avons vu la destruction de ces cadavres d'hippopotames. Et quelque part, le Dr Joseph a dit, le propriétaire du parc a voulu faire sortir de l'eau les cadavres des hippopotames, mais il a été empêché parce qu'il risque de contaminer l'environnement. Et là également, est-ce que ne constitue pas un foyer? Et également en termes de programme de vaccination. Parce que là, l'origine du foyer est inconnue. Est-ce qu'il y a vraiment des programmes de vaccination pluriannuels, pluriannuels pour les bovins tout autour? Parce que les foyers risquent de réapparaître un jour. Et ma deuxième question s'adresse au docteur Fall. Quand il y avait eu la mortalité des pélicans, certainement vous avez suspecté la grippe aviaire. C'est juste une suspicion. Et avant que les résultats des laboratoires confirment la suspicion, il y avait eu la brigade de l'hygiène qui a procédé à la destruction des cadavres. Est-ce que vraiment les éléments de cette brigade ont suffisamment les moyens, les matériels de biosécurité pour procéder à la destruction des cadavres? Parce que c'est une maladie zoonose. Et vraiment, est-ce qu'ils sont suffisamment outillés pour faire ce travail? Et ma dernière question, c'est à ma voisine du Cameroun. Par rapport à la variole du singe, vous avez dit, après ces derniers cas, vous n'avez pas constaté de cas chez les chimpanzés, mais quand même il y a des cas humains. Est-ce que vous avez vraiment approfondi les investigations chez les chasseurs? S'il y a un cas, quel type de gibier qu'il a abattu et où est-ce qu'il a abattu pour vraiment approfondir un peu les enquêtes? Merci beaucoup.
Algérie. Oui. Ma première question concernant la grippe aviaire, puisque récemment en Algérie, on a déclaré la grippe aviaire H5N1. Est-ce que c'est la seule espèce touchée? Et du coup, est-ce que vous avez fait une enquête sérologique pour détecter le virus chez d'autres oiseaux aquatiques? Et aussi, est-ce que vous avez pensé à la vaccination? Ma deuxième question pour mon voisin du Maroc, Dr Mounir. Alors, c'est une maladie, c'est vrai, on ne donne pas beaucoup d'importance à cette maladie, notamment dans les pays du Maghreb, mais l'information que j'ai, c'est une zoonose dont le chien joue un rôle très important. Maintenant, puisque vous avez parlé du singe, et merci pour l'information, personnellement je ne le savais pas, est-ce que le cycle, il va changer ou toujours la même chose? Le chien, l'ova, et... D'ailleurs, je pense, elle est appelée chez les médecins, c'est la maladie des mains sales. Je ne sais pas par rapport au cycle, et merci pour l'info concernant le singe.
Merci. La Guinée.
Alors, merci à tous les présentateurs. Je m'adresse à Dr Fall. C'est par rapport à la grippe aviaire. Elle s'est manifestée au niveau des pélicans, Mais est-ce qu'ils ont un peu pensé aux élevages environnants, aux élevages villageois qui aussi peuvent être infectés? Parce que je crois que vous n'avez pas encore déclaré la fin de l'épidémie ou bien vous l'avez déclaré. Je vous remercie.
Oui, Mauritania.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Zain Abidine. Je suis le conservateur du Parc national du Djaouling et en même temps le coordonnateur de la réserve de biosphère transfrontalière entre Mauritanie et Sénégal. Donc je m'adresse vers le docteur Fall pour partager avec vous des inquiétudes et des préoccupations sur cette maladie, la grippe aviaire, que je suis activement. Donc il paraît, comme il a dit, en 2020, dans les deux parcs, à notre niveau au Parc national du Djaouling, on a constaté une forte mortalité sur les juvéniles et aussi haute mortalité sur les pélicans. Mais l'inquiétude, ou ce que je vais partager, on a fait aussi les analyses sur le laboratoire en Mauritanie et après sur le laboratoire de Dakar. Ils ont confirmé que c'est H5N1. Mais pourquoi cette maladie, elle touche que les pélicans, malgré qu'il y a d'autres espèces qui partagent avec eux le même habitat, le même régime alimentaire, et ils nichent en colonies. Par exemple, les laridés, qui nichent dans la même île où les pélicans nichent. Et à côté de eux, les grands cormorans. Malgré que nous, on a ce qui fait des captures des grands cormorans et aussi des laridés, et surtout les sternes caspiennes, pour voir est-ce qu'il y a la maladie, et on a trouvé que est négatif. Donc, pour nous, au niveau de la côté mauritanien, en 2021, dans la zone de nidification, on n'est pas signalé une mortalité chez les poussins. Mais on a signalé des mortalités sur les adultes. Et on a fait les mêmes analyses, mais en 2022, les analyses, ils ont donné que H5, mais le N, elle n'est pas identifiée. Et on a envoyé les résultats à laboratoire Sud-Afrique et il a confirmé la même chose, que la N, elle n'est pas identifiée. Donc, c'est pour cela il y a une point d'interrogation. Et aussi, autre chose que je vais partager avec vous, que la maladie, elle paraît qu'en janvier, en janvier, cette année, elle n'est pas encore. Et en janvier aussi, il colle avec l'éclosion. Donc, c'est le stade de crèche. Et je vous remercie.
Merci pour ce partage d'expérience. Madagascar.
Merci. Ma première question s'adresse à docteur Joseph par rapport au charbon bactéridien. Je ne sais pas si c'est moi qui n'avais pas bien suivi, mais j'ai pas très bien compris quelles mesures de contrôle ils ont pris vu qu'il y a les champs maudits et que j'ai pas entendu aussi la vaccination. Je me demande par rapport à la vaccination si c'est faisable dans le cas qu'il a présenté. La deuxième question, c'est pour docteur Fall par rapport à la grippe aviaire. Ma question, c'est que, par rapport au cas chez les pélicans, est-ce qu'il y a eu un lien avec des cas domestiques, ou si ce n'est pas le cas, après les cas identifiés, est-ce qu'il y a eu des impacts chez les oiseaux domestiques? Merci.
Je ne sens pas trop les anglophones là. Depuis là, c'est les francophones seuls qui parlent. OK, Sierra Leone. OK, after.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Ike Geoffrey, the newly nominated wildlife focal person in Nigeria. My question...
Please, Sierra Leone.
Okay, sorry.
After Nigeria.
That's treason. That's treason.
Ah, les anglophones se sont réveillés maintenant.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think my question is going just to my neighbor, Dr. Fall. In as much as we all know how highly pathogenic this avian influenza is, I want to know if you ever noticed any migratory bird, be involved in the death of the birds, especially the pelicans, because this happened at one time in Sierra Leone. What we noticed was we had a migratory bird that may have caused that one. So did you observe any of a migratory bird within there? And after that, what was the next line of action you took, to avert further or future occurrence of this disease? Thank you.
Okay, Nigeria.
Thank you. I said my name is Dr. Ike Geoffrey, newly nominated a focal person from Nigeria, in charge of wildlife disease control. My question goes to Dr. Joseph. Looking at the effect of anthrax, I want to be corrected if I didn't get it clear. Was there any measures put in place to prevent the effect or infection of other aquatic lives? And secondly, if within the community where the incidents happened, was there any risk communication to the nearby community looking at the role of fishermen? Thank you.
Thank you. Nigeria, Somalia.
Sorry. My name is Dr. Mahmoud Ali Gire. I want to ask, some question for Dr. Joseph, who was talking the anthrax in Igbo. Actually, this disease haven't seen the last years in our country or in East Africa. But now I heard this disease is existing in some countries in Africa, especially the wildlife animals. We know that the epidemiology or the morbidity of this disease is very high. Wind, rains, cars, trucks, all these take, the spores of the disease and spread the whole area or the whole environment. And this disease is one of the zoonotic diseases that, happens to the human. So please, can you tell us the spread of this disease into the other wild animals in your country? For example, the buffalo, the other animals in your country. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Je crois que Dr. Joseph a beaucoup de questions. Je me demande, est-ce qu'on ne va pas permettre aux présentateurs de répondre? Peut-être qu'à travers les réponses, il y aura déjà d'autres questions qui vont trouver leur réponse. Donc, nous allons passer la parole aux présentateurs, ils vont répondre et on pourra revenir après pour d'autres questions. Donc, je commence par celui qui a plus de questions, Dr. Joseph. C'est le premier d'ailleurs.
Thank you so much. Lots of questions indeed, but I'll try. The first two questions were from the chair. The questions were there deaths in other animal species apart from hippos? So my answer is no, because during all our surveillance activities in the area, both within the park and outside the park, we did not notice any deaths in any other animals apart from those hippos. was there any research as to the origin of the anthrax? No, not yet. I must admit this is one of the areas that as a country we are actually worried about. We really had to calm people around the park down, because people around the park, this park being run under PPP, and we have a lot of tourists coming in and flying in this park. And it happened right inside the park, far from any communities. So people have had serious issues with this disease, where it occurred and how it occurred. We still do not know. We are keeping, and as soon as it occurred, myself and a colleague who confirmed this disease, we were for weeks receiving phone calls from outside our country, from very far. And so we were wondering how these people actually got to know that we have anthrax in this park. So we're really keeping it extremely safe. It's not in my hands. I don't even know where these samples are. So we do not know, but we intend to actually conduct, some traceability and see, so the PCR and the whole genome sequencing. A question was, I think, on the side issue on the wild dogs, what killed the wild dogs. Unfortunately, with these ones, we did not get the samples. I think they collected samples, but they haven't yet submitted to us. Currently, our highest differential is really point toxicosis. So it all happened around a water source, and within a day, all these dogs had died. So by the time they found them, I think it was a day later they had died, and decomposition had started. Our lab does conduct toxicology, but they had promised they collected the samples and they are bringing. So by the time I came here, they hadn't submitted. So we are not sure yet. And the dogs, according to history, they were all fine the day before and then a day later. So at least a day in between, they were all found dead. So we strongly suspect some poisoning. The other question is, did we take out all the hippos from the river? No. On that, we did not manage to take out. We took out as many as possible, at least by the time we confirmed the anthrax. Unfortunately, they took them quite close to the river. They dug quite deep. Later on, when we got to know they were using then the lime. So yes, we are on the lookout that there may be there is a high chance of having another outbreak in that area, whether within the wildlife or outside. So we are generally on the lookout. But there had never been any other outbreak before this, but probably in the next few years we might have. So the two people who asked whether and why we did not conduct anthrax vaccination, like I said, this was the first outbreak ever in Malawi. And so when this occurred, we concentrated on the control so that it doesn't jump to people. We really escalated our surveillance through the Department of Animal Health, so the people who are on the ground around the whole park and all the slaughter places, and also in the communities, we have animal health surveillance assistants. They were actively going within the village to check on any disease occurrences. And as a government, we already supplied medicines in those areas in case there will be any suspicious cases. That was number one. Number two, in the health facilities in the area, they also increased the manpower, especially in terms of surveillance. And then we conducted capacity building for the health personnel so that they're able then to detect. So at any point, then we had already, so we came together with WHO, Africa, CDC, and all the other NGOs came up with that fact sheet and the protocol should we find any disease. And so luckily, up until now, we did not find we haven't found any suspicious cases there. So based on that, then we sat down as a department, because as of now, we do not allow anyone to import and vaccine and vaccinate their cattle against anthrax, because we had never had any case. So this, we thought, did not warrant us to start vaccinating unless we start seeing incidences in the domestic animals. So no vaccinations were conducted, and up until now, the department has not started allowing anthrax vaccines to be imported into the country. What control measures were taken? Like I said, when the community at first started seeing these dead hippos in the area, it was a Department of Parks that was fighting to stop people from salvaging. And once we confirmed the anthrax, and noticed that people were trying their best to try and get hold of the meat, the government decided to deploy the army in the area. So then people did not even manage to get to salvage the meat, except I think there was a report of, I think, 2 people who had gotten the meat, and these were traced and followed. So they were sort of quarantined at that point and traced, but there were no clinical incidences. So basically, majority of the hippos were buried. A few then were eaten, I think, by the crocodiles in there, and others probably decomposed. Actually, the public around the park wanted government to come and start filtering the water that is supplied in case they start getting. So we looked at that and assured the people. But we did a lot of awareness and sensitization through public media, but also on the ground, working together as One Health. So every team was on the ground and would have the police, would have the people from the national level. So our Public Health Institute was now in control of this disease, and they had left phones to the district and they lower the health facilities. So should they see any suspects, they should call them immediately so that there would be a response. So I think those were probably the questions. Where else did it spread? No, apart from that park, it did outside that park. In fact, I think during a few weeks later, we heard there were cases, I think, on the south of Tanzania. So we were also, government demanded that we go and sensitize the 2 districts that are bordering Tanzania. So we went up there and conducted sensitization. So Ministry of Health and the Department of Animal Health also went down up to the field level to sensitize the whole community in case we see any incidences coming down from Tanzania. Thank you.
Merci, Dr. Joseph. Dr. Fall, over to you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de questions concernant la grippe aviaire. Donc, ça voit nettement que ça présente une importance capitale. Donc, par rapport à la question de Mouché du Tchad, par rapport à la mortalité des oiseaux au niveau du parc national de Djoudj, donc lorsque le conservateur a signalé les premières mortalités, il y a une équipe d'investigation qui a été déléguée par la direction des parcs et c'était le docteur Ndaou qui a dirigé cette équipe. Donc à première vue, lorsqu'il y avait une importante mortalité chez les juvéniles, donc il y avait toutes les mesures de biosécurité qui étaient prises. Et ils suspectaient une maladie vraiment qui peut être zoonotique. Donc, s'agissant aussi du brigade régionale d'hygiène sur la désinfection. Donc ici, il faut savoir qu'au niveau des aires protégées, il n'est pas recommandé de faire la désinfection. Mais l'équipe de la brigade régionale des services d'hygiène avait pratiqué une désinfection localisée, c'est-à-dire au niveau du nichoir, pendant, avant et après l'opération. Donc, ils étaient en équipe et ils se relaient. Question de mademoiselle de l'Algérie. Donc, vous avez posé, est-ce que c'est la seule espèce qui est touchée? Donc, au niveau du parc national de Djoudj, ce sont seulement les pélicans qui étaient affectés par la maladie. Donc, vous avez aussi posé, est-ce qu'on a pensé à la vaccination? Je pense que concernant la vaccination, ensuite, il y a une autre question, nous venons de la pensée aux élevages environnants. Donc, par rapport à la maladie, il y avait une approche One Health. Et s'agissant des villages qui étaient tout autour de l'aire protégée, et on avait investigué au niveau de ces fermes et on avait fait des prélèvements et envoyé au labo et c'est revenu négatif. Au mois de décembre, les éclosions commencent, donc janvier, il y a la croissance des juvéniles. Et on a vu que, mademoiselle de Madagascar, donc vous avez dit que est-ce qu'il y avait un lien avec des cas domestiques? Donc, on n'a pas pu déceler de cas de grippe aviaire chez les animaux domestiques, chez la volaille domestique, parce que pendant l'épidémie, on a investigué au niveau des villages périphériques. Dans toute la région chutée, donc il y avait des gens qui avaient peur de manger même la volaille domestique parce qu'ils entendaient que c'est une zoonose. Donc les intrants qui arrivaient dans la région étaient nettement en baisse. Bon. Il y a aussi une question de monsieur, mon voisin de la Sierra Leone, qui a posé la question par rapport aux oiseaux migrateurs. Si on a suspecté une espèce qui est à l'origine de la grippe aviaire. Bon, je pense que ça constitue notre défi parce qu'on ne sait pas quelle espèce qui est à l'origine de l'introduction de la maladie au niveau de la faune, de l'avifaune. Donc, ça reste vraiment un défi pour pouvoir pousser les recherches et savoir le ou les espèces impliquées dans l'introduction de la maladie. Bon, je pense que c'est l'ensemble des questions que j'avais eues. Merci beaucoup.
Ok, merci Dr Fall pour ces éléments de réponse. Je sais qu'il y a d'autres volets qui n'ont pas été abordés, mais on pourra revenir notamment sur la question du Maroc. Est-ce que vous avez envisagé une vaccination, pas au niveau de l'avifaune, mais au niveau des exploitations, voilà, pour, dans le dispositif de gestion, parce qu'il y a d'autres pays qui envisagent. Et également, il y a aussi l'affaiblissement pathogène qui n'est pas à l'origine, mais on pourrait quand même revenir aussi sur ces discussions s'il y a des expériences à partager. Donc, on pourra revenir après cette série de réponses. Docteur Moulo, le Maroc, oui, allez-y.
Une question a été posée par la collègue de l'Algérie sur le fait que l'échinococose est une zoonose négligée, que le chien joue un rôle dans son épidémiologie, et est-ce que le cycle va changer? Difficile de se prononcer sur le cycle parce qu'on a uniquement un seul cas qui a été reporté et 3 cas suspectés. Et comme c'est une parasitose et zoonose négligée, elle est due essentiellement au fait qu'elle est une maladie insidieuse, c'est une maladie chronique. Le chien, comme je l'ai montré dans la présentation, c'est l'hôte définitif. C'est lui qui héberge le parasite et c'est lui qui le libère dans l'environnement. Il contamine le sol. Les petits ruminants, ils se contaminent également parce qu'ils vont brouter l'herbe et vont ingérer le parasite. Et l'humain, comme le singe, c'est des hôtes accidentels. Donc, comment le singe, le magot, il a chopé le parasite, c'est le même modus operandi que l'humain, généralement. Et malheureusement, on n'a pas pu faire la caractérisation moléculaire du fait qu'on a, comme j'ai mentionné, on a perdu le statut de labo de référence de l'OIE parce qu'il n'y avait pas une personne qui prendrait en charge le départ en retraite d'un éminent professeur. Et donc, selon l'aspect de la lésion, le professeur Ikhlas il a conclu que c'est beaucoup plus Echinococcus granulosus, c'est la typologie du parasite qui est chez le chien. Donc jusqu'à maintenant, on peut dire que le singe a été, comme l'humain, comme un hôte accidentel. Mais ça, même si c'est une zoonose négligée et que ça fait des années que les services de santé publique au Maroc travaillent sur la maladie, notamment sur l'aspect contamination humaine, et j'ai montré le coût exorbitant que cause cette maladie. Avec le singe, on a un double challenge. On était au départ sur une thématique santé publique, avec son lot de dépenses hospitalières. Avec ce cas rapporté du singe, on a également un souci de conservation naturelle. Les statistiques montrent que la forêt du Moyen Atlas héberge 75% de la population de cette espèce dans la région méditerranéenne. Et donc, si on ne fait pas des mesures de mitigation qui incluent la conservation naturelle maintenant, dans quelques années, cette prévalence chez le chien il va augmenter crescendo. Le parc il est visité par des milliers de personnes chaque année et les gens ils jettent de la nourriture pour le chien, pour les singes, les chiens ils rôdent autour. Il y a également le pastoralisme et donc il faut qu'on trouve un cadre légal qui permet de ne pas avoir ce contact entre le chien dans l'espace protégé. Maintenant, on va intégrer le modèle biologique singe également dans notre travail à la fois de suivi épidémiologique de la situation sanitaire de la faune sauvage, mais également dans l'aspect recherche. Et j'espère qu'on aura d'autres éléments très intéressants à communiquer dans les ateliers à venir. Merci.
Ok, merci, docteur Mounir. Docteur Oliva, vous avez une ou deux questions?
J'avais une seule question, celle de savoir si on a approfondi les enquêtes auprès des chasseurs pour pouvoir avoir notifier ou alors identifier des nouveaux cas dans la faune sauvage. Et à cette question, je vais dire que c'est difficile d'impliquer les chasseurs dans ce contexte parce que déjà la chasse à but commercial est interdite au Cameroun et ils auront l'impression qu'on vient là pour la répression. Et quand bien même on ne viendrait pas pour la répression et qu'on réussit à les convaincre, une fois qu'ils seraient en possession d'un gibier présentant les signes caractéristiques de la variole du singe, il est clair qu'on ne pourra pas les laisser commercialiser un tel gibier. Et par conséquent, ils ne seront pas favorables à nous avertir quand ils auront eu à capturer un tel gibier. Voilà pourquoi, pour le moment, on ne les a pas encore impliqués dans la recherche active des nouveaux cas. Merci.
D'accord, donc je pense que nous avions eu quelques éléments de réponse aux questions qui ont été posées. Nous avions encore quelques minutes, donc on va ouvrir une deuxième liste et on pourra encore échanger sur ces différentes thématiques. Oui, Bass?
Oui, j'aimerais bien qu'on ait une discussion sur cette histoire de vaccination après introduction du charbon, soit chez la faune sauvage ou chez le bétail domestique. C'est une question importante. Le vaccin, il est inactivé, non?
Oui.
Que je sache. Alors, quel est le danger de faire une vaccination en anneau ou une vaccination d'urgence dans le cas d'une introduction du charbon? Je me rappelle que le Lesotho, par exemple, quand ils ont eu leur premier cas d'anthrax, ils ont vacciné à mort. Hein. Donc, voilà.
Oui, je pense que c'est un sujet sur lequel on doit revenir, parce que ce qui est recommandé en cas de foyer, c'est la vaccination en anneau de toutes les espèces sensibles. Et comme Bass l'a souligné, c'est un vaccin inactivé et très efficace. Et donc, on peut envisager cela. Donc, peut-être le collègue du Malawi, vous n'avez pas envisagé une vaccination. À travers les éléments de réponse que vous avez abordés, il n'y a pas eu de vaccination, alors qu'il y a quand même un vaccin. Et certes, les hippopotames sont morts, mais on pouvait prémunir les autres espèces qui sont tout autour pour éviter d'éventuelles mortalités, parce que déjà, dès qu'il y a apparition de charbon, immédiatement il y a chamoudi. Et quel que soit alpha, la maladie va revenir. Peut-être c'est, si vous avez une raison qui vous a amené à ne pas vacciner, vous pouviez aussi partager cela avec nous, ou bien c'est une perspective. Vous envisagez le faire les moments à venir, ou bien ça ne fait pas partie de vos mesures de prévention. Over to you.
Thank you. This is indeed a very, very, very pertinent question and suggestion. As a country, when we experience these deaths, actually the Minister of Health actually came to us and said, why can we not just go out there and get the vaccine. And so what we did is we said, I think we wait, and this was the first time. We had given it some time, and in about 3 or 4 months, we had seen the mortality coming down. And so we said, we may conceal if we just go flat out. We've not had any 60s. So the government then went flat out when they noticed there was TB in the cattle population, went out and vaccinated cattle. But that hindered the control measures later, because then it impeded on the testing that was conducted, that would have been conducted later. And so we were sort of careful, and you also notice we were hoping that we were not going to get that anytime soon. Maybe we will have to sit down and review it. But as of now, that policy hasn't changed and review it. But as of now, that policy hasn't changed. So it was between vaccinating now and using this as a sentinel. Thank you.
Thank you. Donc, le Malawi a ses raisons, mais le vaccin sera envisagé. On ne le souhaite pas, mais vous pourriez toujours envisager cette mesure de prévention au cas où il y aurait d'autres épidémies. Good. Okay. Uganda.
Thank you very much. One thing, a small comment about the vaccine deployment in anthrax outbreak, and from our experience in Uganda in 2005 and 6, where we lost multiple species, majority being hippos. We lost 303 hippos that time, elephants, buffaloes, and so on and so on. We realized that a combination of approaches would do the job. One is the vaccine deployment, but this would be ring vaccination of livestock around the infected area, which is the protected area itself. And then you combine that with sensitization, treating the human cases, rapid carcass disposal, decontamination of the environment, and that pretty works very well. We still know that in Queen Elizabeth National Park, I mean, that's a hot spot for anthrax spores, but we routinely decon some of those carcass disposal sites because they are geo-referenced, and so it has worked very well. I see no reason as to why you wouldn't, allow vaccination to happen. But of course, again, it depends on national policies. So you may need to have further discussions back home because there's apparently no danger in doing that. Having said that, I want to just pose a quick question to my sister from Cameroon about the monkeypox. So these are outbreaks in captive environments, of course, with very low case fatality rates like you presented. Just curious to know whether you did some invasive approaches in managing the cases since you are dealing with captive chimps. Thank you.
OK, on va procéder à une réponse directe en même temps. Oliva, je rappelle que vous aviez des fiches monkeypox dans le lot de documents qu'on vous a remis là. Donc, vous pouvez éventuellement consulter. C'est des fiches EBO sur sur le monkeypox. Docteur Oliva?
Oui, en effet, les deux épisodes-ci, 2014 et 2016, c'était dans des environnements captifs, dans les sanctuaires. Réaliser les méthodes invasives demande des techniques et une logistique qui n'est pas à la portée de tout le monde dans notre contexte de pays en voie de développement. Ce qui fait que, pour le moment, on se limite aux rongeurs. Parce que ça, quand même, c'est plus facile à réaliser. On a juste besoin des pièges, des appâts et ça se fait. Par contre, s'il faut faire la capture des grands singes, tels que le collègue de Gorilla, Dr. Lomatin, nous a présenté, ça demande beaucoup plus de ressources. Donc, pour le moment, non, on n'en fait pas. Merci.
Liliane, over to you.
Mine is a very quick comment to all of us, just to point out that the 4 present assist our member countries with One Health issues. Some of these tools may have been undertaken by some of the countries, for example, the Joint Risk Assessment tool. Some countries here may have already done a joint risk assessment, but we also have other tools for surveillance and also for multi-sectoral cooperation. And we would be very happy to support any of the countries to undertake these assessments because they present the opportunity to bring together all the stakeholders that would be involved in preparing or responding to these zoonotic events. I also want to point to the speaker from Senegal, the opportunity to report or to be supported. We have a network called OFLU network. This is a scientific network for monitoring and surveillance of animal influenzas, including avian influenza. And what this network does, it connects the countries with, expert laboratories to be able to monitor the strains of the avian flu, for example, in the case of Senegal. And this network is supported by the WHO, FAO, and WOHA. So I just wanted to make that comment. If you need any information further to this, you can see me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liliane. Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make a comment on Dr. Nkoma's presentation. In Zimbabwe, we more or less have, we had a similar incident. I think it was 2018. But we have a lot of insight that we would want probably to bring to the table that we noticed, from this case. So initially what happened is one hippo died along the Zambezi River. And because these are social animals, they have hierarchies. So what happened is we were still debating, say, well, look, what do we do, mobilizing resources, and because it's not very easy pulling that hippo outside the river. So in the process, what happened then is, because there are social hierarchies, the weaker one started attacking the older one. So the older one that had died had scratches all over because it was being attacked by the young arrival. Then it spread to the others. So initially it was one animal. Then it ended up being, 27 animals. But the take home was, we only got to discover this after there was a case of anthrax at the neighboring hospital. So it was the health personnel that alerted us that there's an anthrax case. Now what happened is people managed to pull a carcass out, sliced it into meat, then sold the meat. So we had 18 cases. Now dealing with it was a bit difficult now because we probably had 22 animals lying in the Zambezi River. But the most important point there is now what's happening now, it becomes a cycle. I promise you, you'll probably have more cases coming. Then it happens as a cycle because what happens is whenever there's a drought and the river resides, the hippos come out and dig within the riverbanks and the spores come out.
So you more or less need to have an SOP to say, look, it's probably going to come. You need to have a plan of how you're going to work on it. Nevertheless, what we have done in Zimbabwe is because we probably, we have mapped our hotspots. We have an area where the impalas start dying in the hundreds because of anthrax. They die like that. The key point is not really about vaccination because probably it's in the wildlife area. The key point is on carcass disposal. So if you decide and say, look, we are going to leave it like that, it will remain a hotspot for a longer period than, just containing the carcasses, then keeping those spores under the ground. So those are things that, that you need to then think around. Then in terms of areas where at interface, we have hotspots that are interface. All we do every year is to vaccinate the cattle. So it's now religious to say, look, October, November, December, we just vaccinate the cattle, and that's all we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Namibia.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to share our story as well about anthrax. And we had a very similar case to Zimbabwe as we had the outbreak in 2018 as well. Anthrax is endemic within Namibia, especially in the Central Park in Etosha, but this outbreak actually occurred in the Kavango River, which is towards northern Namibia. It happened at the end of a 5-year drought, so I absolutely agree with you that you can expect it at the end of droughts, but we've seen cases since then every single year. We had more than 300 hippo that died that first time, with a couple of hundred buffalo, some elephants as well. And when that started, there was also, animals that have been dragged out of the water and been eaten by the local communities. There was really a One Health approach, and we started vaccinating all the cattle in the area. We actually took out antibiotics to every single village in the area because just about every single person admitted that they had taken some meat. We also got the police, and military involved to help stopping everyone taking these carcasses out, and then got all the information out on the radios, on the TVs, as well as pamphlets. So as Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Environment. It was extremely difficult to get rid of bodies in the areas because in some areas it's quite swamplandy. So you can't get in there. You can only get in on a boat. But again, then there's large pods of hippo, very dangerous. There's extremely very large crocodiles. So you can't go wading in to try get them. And so that was also quite difficult. We did see quite efficient carcass disposal, which could open up a big debate by our vultures, which did get rid of them pretty quickly, but there is, a bit of a debate with the vultures. But I do think that they do actually minimize the spread instead of just leaving it there. Since then, every single year, at the end of the drought season, all the animals come down to the floodplains, and we will see, we do see more again. We saw a few hippos this year. There was only 2 hippo carcasses reported, but again, that could have been fighting, because it is quite common for us to lose hippos from fighting. About 6 weeks ago, there was probably about 100 dead buffalo. We've agreed, that it is becoming sort of endemic in this area since after that first big outbreak. And it is whenever the water levels are low and the animals come onto the floodplains, and the animals are forced to come in from the forest because there's no water there. So it is at the end of the dry season. So it is mandatory to vaccinate your cattle against anthrax in Namibia, but the government, it's discussions, which hasn't been officially printed, but our discussions this year were that they would sponsor it and vaccinate all the cattle in the area. And then there's just continued education with all the local sort of communities about the dangers of pulling out animals that have died in the river and why not to do it and what to do if you do know someone that has done it. That first year, I'd like to say, which is not very practical, but we did actually vaccinate all the high priority species in the area from the wildlife species. It was extremely expensive because you have to obviously go and dart them with a helicopter at conversion, 26,000 Namibian dollars per hour to hire a helicopter. So we've, focused on the roan and the sable, predators, things like that, and elephant, and we vaccinated the hippo in the areas close to where there's lots of bodies. But then again, vaccines take up to 3 weeks to start working. But that's just from the Namibian experience. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for share experience. Kenya.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, anthrax outbreaks we have had outbreaks, major outbreaks, every 3 to 5 years in different areas affecting different species. The first major one was in 2006. It affected Grevy's zebra. 2011, Rothschild giraffes. 2015, major buffaloes, rhinos, and several other species. 2019, and even this year, but we have also had isolated cases in between. But as somebody said, the most important thing is prompt carcass disposal. That is the first thing that you do. You ensure that once you is diagnosed, then you quickly dispose of those carcasses, and the best is burying them and disinfecting the burial sites. And where the carcasses are, you also ensure that you also disinfect. The second thing that we realize is important is water holes. Where you find animals have died in water holes, you close those water holes, disinfect and close, and probably make others and supplement water. The third one was use of plastics. If the carcass have overwhelmed you in terms of disposal, then you just put some sheets to prevent flies and all that to contaminate, and even scavengers, so that you can do it slowly without a lot of pressure. Vaccination also comes very handy, especially where where an endangered species is either affected or in contact with infected animals. In 2006, we vaccinated close to 600 Grevy zebra. They are highly endangered. In 2011, we vaccinated Rothschild giraffes. In 2015, we vaccinated Rothschild giraffes and rhinos, because actually I enrolled 9 rhinos within a very short time. And in 2019, again, rhinos. So this year it was not major, so we did not do vaccination. So all these are different methods that you use to control anthrax, and it works. Once you get experience, prompt, especially prompt diagnosis and carcass disposal, changes everything.
Thank you. Oui, Burkina Faso.
OK. Ben, le Burkina aussi a connu le charbon en 2014 dans le parc W. Dans sa partie Arlit frontalière avec le Bénin, il y a un fleuve Pendjari. Et du côté de Pendjari-Bénin, les hippopotames mouraient. Ils avaient 28 cadavres comme ça. Et au bout d'un certain moment, du côté Burkina, il y avait une mare affluente du fleuve où on a commencé à observer des mortalités d'hippopotames. Ben, malheureusement, le circuit étant été trop long, les services de l'environnement nous ont contactés peut-être 2 semaines après. Donc, quand on allait, les carcasses étaient déjà en décomposition. C'était aussi impossible de faire le travail sur place parce que bon, il y avait les lions qui rôdaient, il y avait des crocodiles dans l'eau. Ce qu'on a fait, c'est suspecter le charbon et on est parti sur la base, effectivement, que le coin sera forcément un foyer maudit et que ça sera cyclique. Pour les animaux, ce qui est louable au Burkina Faso, c'est qu'on a un programme de vaccination contre le charbon bactéridien. Donc chaque année, pratiquement tout le bétail est vacciné, ce qui permet quand même de protéger les populations civiles. Voilà.
OK, nous allons prendre un dernier intervenant et après je vais vous poser une petite question par rapport à la gestion de ces alertes-là. Oui, les étaux? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Just to add on to the presentation on anthrax, in Lesotho, it's a mountainous country. So during the rainy season like this, there will be so much rain and then it runs off quickly. So in doing that now, that's when we have the anthrax spores coming out. It is 10 districts, that's how big the country is. So 5 districts usually are the ones that are affected. So from around 2006, we've had major outbreaks, and it really affected our export of wool because that's a wool country and also the mohair. So what the government did was a lot of vaccination, and then we educated our people, The people actually, before that, they had a saying that the grave of a cow is in the stomach. So when an animal dies, people eat. So as anthrax came, they began to see the dangers that people could also be affected. And then with the education, they stopped eating the carcasses. They reported. We bury the carcasses as close as possible to where the animal has died. And then after that, our cases are now quiet. I think from around 2016, we haven't had any cases. But the annual vaccinations, which are supported mainly by FAO and then the World Bank, have assisted a lot. I think, thank you.
OK, donc merci à tous pour ce partage d'expérience. C'est vrai qu'à travers les différents intervenants, on voit qu'il y a de belles expériences. Il y a des foyers qui ont été très bien gérés. Il y a des foyers qui ont été gérés avec des insuffisances. Et je pense qu'ensemble, ce soir, nous sommes là en train de se donner voilà, de nouvelles idées à comment gérer correctement un foyer, comment éviter éventuellement la survenue d'autres foyers. Mais vous êtes tous là, voilà, il y a des points focaux, il y a des experts. Et vous saviez que quand un foyer survient, il faut non seulement gérer rapidement ce foyer, mais il faut également informer toute la chaîne, passant par le délégué, les autres ministères partenaires, également l'OMSA. Je voudrais savoir, dans ces différentes épidémies où vous aviez été impliqué, aussi bien dans la gestion, la collecte des données, est-ce que vous avez été impliqué pour la notification au niveau supérieur, c'est-à-dire au niveau de l'OMSA? Parce que quand on notifie, il faut suivre, il faut faire un rapport de suivi. Est-ce que les cas ont évolué? Est-ce qu'il y a de nouvelles espèces qui sont touchées? Ainsi de suite. Est-ce que vous aviez été impliqué dans la collecte de ces différentes informations pour pouvoir informer également l'OMSA de comment la foyer évolue à votre niveau? Donc, je voudrais passer la parole aux présentateurs. Ils vont, parce que je n'ai pas vu cette partie sur leur présentation. Sur aucune présentation, je n'ai vu l'étape de la transmission de l'information du niveau terrain au niveau supérieur. Pourtant, c'est l'une des prérogatives du point focal, faune sauvage. Il doit travailler en tandem avec le délégué pour informer l'OMSA et également faire le retour aussi au niveau de la communauté qui sont autour du foyer. Donc, rapidement, Dr Joseph, est-ce que vous aviez été impliqué sur toute la ligne?
Yes, thank you so much. I think I missed part of it, but yes, I was involved in. Your question is, was I involved in any transmission of data information up to OIE? Yes. So yes, I was contacted by the Department of Parks and Wildlife when they saw these unusual mortalities. So I'm the one who went there and collected the samples. We diagnosed, and then I contacted. I think so far our delegate then preferred that such notifications to OIE be done by the person responsible for notifications, the epidemiologist. So yes, we did that, and he's the one who took it up in terms of reporting to OIE. So he's done that, but we did both, the OIE, and when the Public Health Institute confirmed, they took it up to WHO, and we took it to OIE. And then we were updating the OIE accordingly until the outbreak died off. But yeah, so they're always getting information from the managers of the park. They would always update me every week, and then the systems in the Ministry of Health and also in the Department of Animal Health. They were also informing us together with the epidemiology unit, and then we were informing then the Public Health Institute, which is in the Ministry of Health, but they've taken over management of the whole thing. They were also informing WHO as well. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. Oui, je termine avec les présentateurs et je reviens au Bénin. Oui, Dr Fall.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Donc, s'agissant du cas du Sénégal, la direction des parcs nationaux a été impliquée du début à la fin de la notification de la maladie par l'OIE, par le délégué Mbargou du Sénégal. Donc, au niveau de l'environnement, plus précisément dans le département de la direction des parcs, il y a des docteurs vétérinaires. Donc, on a fait l'investigation sur le terrain et les prélèvements, on les achemine directement au niveau des services vétérinaires, la DSV. C'est à partir de là-bas que la DSV achemine les prélèvements au niveau du laboratoire national. Au Sénégal, on n'a pas de labos régionaux. Donc, on a le laboratoire national d'élevage et de recherche vétérinaire. Donc, même si le résultat est positif, donc la DSV est le premier à être informé avant nous, parce que nos prélèvements passent par la direction des services vétérinaires. Au niveau des parcs nationaux, on n'a pas de budget alloué, de ressources propres allouées à la surveillance épidémiologique. Donc, on fait la conservation pure et dure. Mais n'empêche qu'on collabore avec ceux des services de l'élevage et toutes les informations nous parviennent en temps réel. Et même la mission d'investigation, après, pour lever l'APDI, l'arrêté portant déclaration d'infection du gouverneur, on avait mis en place une équipe mixte One Health avec tous les secteurs. On était parti au niveau du site faire des prélèvements, au niveau des villages périphériques, au niveau des marchés hebdomadaires et dans les autres sites ornithologie pour faire des prélèvements et amener ça au labo et les résultats étaient revenus négatifs. Okay. Donc, voici le processus.
Ok. Oui, docteur Mounir.
Pour le cas de l'échinococose, je rappelle que c'est une maladie listée et donc l'information a été donnée au point focal maladie animale. D'ailleurs, on travaille au sein du même service. Il ne pourrait pas faire notification immédiate parce qu'on attend déjà la caractérisation du parasite et donc forcément en attendant d'avoir le résultat, il va être inclus dans le rapport semestriel. Pour ce qui est des maladies non listées, qui sont un peu les attributions du point focal national, sur ce point-là, on n'a pas de problème de communication avec le délégué. Depuis la création du réseau national de surveillance de la faune sauvage, on a déjà soumis 4 rapports annuels et on a en draft 2 rapports de l'année 2020-2021. On attend de les mettre sur le système. Donc voilà, c'est la particularité de la maladie qui fait qu'il ne s'affiche pas dans le système d'information pour le moment. Mais l'information, elle a été partagée.
Ok. Oui, le Cameroun.
À l'issue des investigations, dans les recommandations, il y avait une recommandation qui était adressée au MINEPIA, ministère de l'élevage, des pêches et des industries animales, notamment à la DSV, et il était question qu'elle fasse une notification à l'OMSA, à la FAO, à l'UABIRA de l'Union africaine. Et c'est vrai qu'en 2014-2016, je n'étais pas point focal, mais cette notification avait été faite. Par contre, là maintenant, j'aimerais avoir un petit éclairci. Il y a le point focal faune sauvage. Oui. Il y a également un point focal notification et c'est vrai qu'au-dessus, il y a le délégué. Et j'aimerais bien savoir comment est-ce que ces trois-là doivent collaborer. Ben, dans notre cas, c'est plutôt facile parce que tous les trois, nous sommes regroupés dans la même enceinte. Mais j'aimerais avoir une petite clarification dessus. Merci.
Okay. Merci. Oui, le Bénin, vous avez une petite question?
Au fait, le Cameroun a déjà abordé une partie de la préoccupation. C'est concernant les attributions du point focal. Parce que bon, je pensais que dans les présentations, j'allais avoir quand on est point focal faune sauvage, quelles sont nos attributions. Bon, ce n'est pas passé. J'espère bien que je l'aurai avant la fin de l'atelier, puisque le point focal, chez nous, par exemple, c'est au niveau du ministère chargé de la gestion des parcs des aires protégées. Le délégué national est au niveau du ministère de l'Agriculture, de l'élevage et de la pêche. Bon, nous, pour des questions de conservation, on fait des prélèvements même sur le constat sur des constats que nous avons sur la dynamique des populations. Bon, on ne sait pas comment se fait le lien, comment nous allons coordonner nos actions pour que l'information soit remontée au niveau de l'OMC. Donc, je voulais que, si on pouvait nous clarifier.
OMSA, pas OMC.
Ah, pardon, excusez-moi. OMSA, j'y arrivera parce que je suis fraîchement nommée point focal, ça va arriver.
Ah, voilà. Raison pour laquelle ce matin, on vous a attribué un parrain. Ah, oui. Vous l'aviez identifié, il est dans la salle?
Oui, il est là.
Ok, mais je pense que sur ce point spécifique, on a la personne la mieux indiquée. C'est vrai qu'on ne devrait pas discuter de ça lors de cette session, mais comme c'est revenu, je pense que Bass va vous éclairer sur les attributions d'un point focal faune sauvage.
Merci.
Je crains que je vais vous décevoir parce que nous avons eu 2 webinaires, dont un webinaire a été consacré aux contraintes de rapportage de maladies de la faune sauvage. Donc, quelque part, je ne suis pas prêt à revenir sur cette discussion que beaucoup d'entre vous ont ratée. Ça a été discuté. Je ne dis pas qu'on a tranché pendant cette réunion. Hein. Je pense ce qu'on a dit, c'est qu'il y a plusieurs possibilités. La personne centrale, c'est le délégué qui peut choisir de confier le rapportage des maladies animales, de la faune au point focal faune, comme il peut le confier au point focal WAIS. C'est son choix. Donc, ce n'est pas à l'OMSA de dire c'est l'un ou c'est l'autre. Mais encore une fois, je n'ai pas trop envie d'ouvrir un débat sur WAIS alors qu'on a eu un webinaire qui était dédié à ce sujet. Merci.
OK. Bien répondu. Je pense que votre parrain, s'il est vraiment ancien, il doit même, en un clin d'œil, il va vous réciter les attributions d'un point focal faune sauvage. OK. Je pense que nous avions bien discuté. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions résiduelles? 1-2 questions avant qu'on clôture la session et mettre fin à ce premier jour de formation. Oui, Dr. Joseph? Over to you.
Sorry, I think the question that was asked is very pertinent, and I can feel for Patrick. Maybe I'm one of those veterans with Masek and the other one there. I think our experience would be, maybe your question is who should not fly. Like I said, it depends on the delegate, and my delegate wanted the focal person on notification to be notifying, but anything that is to do with wildlife comes through me. So I sit down with the focal person on notification, and then he notifies. But in other countries, I think at some point it was tried so that as a wildlife person I can go. We were given the rights to be able to go in there, but delegates may differ. But certainly to just leave it to the focal person on notification, whether wildlife or not, it may be unfair. So I think that's my experience. You still have that role, depending on your delegate. Either it goes through you to the focal person on notification, or the delegate gives you. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. The last question. Okay, good. Donc, je pense que ma mission... Ah, Tanzania.
Good evening, everybody. Mine is not a question, but rather to introduce myself and apologize for for the unfortunate that happened today. We were overtaken by the event, and I was given the information that I have to represent the DVSC this morning. My name is Makungu Luka Selemani. I'm the veterinary epidemiologist, the one who is responsible for notification for the country. The focal point for wildlife will hopefully join us tomorrow, but I take this opportunity to really apologize, because we were part of the preparation, and it looks like we are really up to it, but it is very unfortunate. There is no words really I can say, but rather I apologize for what happened, and I take this opportunity to officially also welcome you to Tanzania. We are polite people. You will see the hospitality, and I believe we will even forget what happened today. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Oui, Bas, nous sommes au terme de cette session. Merci tout le monde pour vos partages d'expérience très enrichissant. Nous avions eu une journée très bien remplie, donc je pense que nous allions prendre notre pause café et aller se reposer, et on se donne rendez-vous demain matin à la même heure et au même lieu, ici. Allez, bonne soirée et bon repos. Oui, ok, il y a la pause café dehors, juste à côté. Demain, on commence à la même heure, à 8h, 9h, ok. Ok, demain matin à 9h ici.